exciting to hear those ideas outlined, because I feel that one of the things that comes up again and again on our show, Gareth, and let me know if you in the chat agree with us, is there's this loss of hope and optimism. There's a lack of trust in our institutions, whether that's government or media. And I would say that this lack of trust is legitimate for a long time. Beginning in the 90s, perhaps there was this idea of apathy.
I'm not answering
among
any
voters,
calls from Jay
which,
Busy.
the philosopher Mark Fisher offered us was not really apathy, but a kind of deduction that we were not represented, that democracy didn't function, precisely because, as you just outlined, it's being co-opted by corporatized interests. Daniel, you before I interrupted you, or at least invited you to give us a sort of a simple perspective on the philosophy of roles, about to talk us through how money could be taken out of politics. Would you mind talking us through some of that now, mate?
Yes, definitely. And I mean, I should say that's the aim of the book, is not just to set out rules as ideas, but to use them to bring together practical solutions to lots of problems, starting with money and politics. So I think the ideal solution is pretty straightforward. The starting point would be to limit private donations to a very low level, a level that would be affordable to everyone in society.
0195.
And then to replace private donations with what I call a democracy voucher system. So the idea would be that every citizen would get an equal amount per year or per election cycle. So that could be $50 or $100. And they could choose to give that money to the party of their choice. And that would just, in a stroke, completely transform the incentives of our political system. It would mean that politicians, rather than having to go cap in hand to a tiny group of rich donors, would have to appeal to everyone equally. And it's also something that already exists in one place. So in Seattle in 2017, for local elections, they adopted this system. And so in Seattle, citizens get $100 per election cycle, and it's worked incredibly well. It's had all the consequences that you would expect, like more people giving money to more people getting involved in politics, those people being from groups that are often underrepresented, more competitive elections, incumbents being more likely to lose. It sort of generally reinvigorated the health of democracy in Seattle, and I think we should extend that to a national level.
It excites me because one of the problems facing in media spaces is that many of the old models are collapsing. There has been so much centralization of resources and power. If all of the resources and the donations are coming from
because I literally check that once a week.
That they're doing that
if I hear it,
it's plain that the regulation and legislature that comes from organizations funded in that manner are going to be a reflection of that funding. So you're essentially saying,
I had it ringing over to my personal cell phone, but I turned
that'll be
that
the
off.
end of that. So, and also would
Getting
the
all these
campaigns
calls
become a
of
little
people from
more modest, perhaps a little less bombastic, and perhaps also a little broader, because they wouldn't be appealing to particular silos, whether that's an economic class or particular sides of the culture war. Presumably, it might do something to dilute the escalating tensions that are sort of obviously, even in physics, a result of polarization. Polarization is what creates energy. It's what creates tension. So that's a lovely idea, and it has already been used. If you're ready to move on, mate, so like you're my mate and everything, so I want to look after you, make sure you feel taken care of. I love, we'll do this on locals, because I love that example of that place in Brazil, somewhere in Brazil, where they give the budget for the community and the people in the community vote for it. Because one of the things we seem to be talking about, on the platform of roles, as espoused by you and extemporized on by you, of course, not giving roles all the credit. Screw that.
Oh, that's when my printer was acting up, huh?
We're talking a lot about decentralization, localization.
We didn't do this portion, though. We didn't do the food safety
Sometimes
stuff.
I think, when people say, "Oh, there are no ideas," of course, the ideas and the
whenever we are
already among us.
It's all coming back,
closed,
sort of.
Continually censored against, smeared, so so of course they don't become popularized and emerge. Me,
All right,
Daniel,
cool.
and Gareth,
So we did
and
do
I'm
the first part.
you
You
to
just filled that
participate,
out.
young man, are going to continue our conversation exclusively on locals. Join the conversation over there with Illuminated Soul now and ZashX3133, where people are sometimes, by the way, they start talking about other stuff. We're going to talk about political lobbying. We're going to talk about the $263 million of the
I don't see. I don't know. Now, was the computer working that day? Because I'm not seeing it in the system at all. It kept popping up
I know
that
you believe in change. I know that's why you are.
You said
here.
some
So if you're
no
not
to
a member
something
of
or
our
something
local
like
community
that's
yet,
right.
join us now, as well as gaining access to the weekly guided meditations that I do there. And of course, you can come and join us live at Community in mid-July.
I had one other person
Will you come?
scheduled
Are you
that
going to come
one,
to
but,
that? Why don't you do a talk there? Bring your book, do a talk. Daniel will be there.
We'll be able to spend some time
There,
together.
Shiva, Eddie Stern, Kelly Means,
Hopefully
and
not too
now
quick.
Daniel Chandler with his fantastic book, free and equal.
Get
your copy now. We'll post a link to that in the chat. If you're not with us on Locals yet, join us there now. Tomorrow, we're looking at having an in-depth look at the military industrial
like I said, I
complex.
grew up in Michigan. Right now, I live right over the border in Ohio, so it's not far. It's an hour drive.
Not even like to the military, to
I do 100 miles a day.
all those guys. So join us tomorrow to learn a little more about that. And not more of the same. We wouldn't insult you with that. No, but for more of the different. Until then, unless you're joining us right now on Locals, and you should, until then, stay free. See you on Locals in a second. Ta-ta.
Switch on, switch off, switch on. Harrison, New York Police Department.
Harrison Police Officer Cloaky.
Hi, I'm sorry, who's this?
Officer Cloaky.
Cloaky? I follow him on YouTube. Hey, my name's Johnny. I'm calling from Los Angeles. I'm regarding a video that appeared online featuring Harrison, New York police officers about a year ago. There was a guy filming in public, and 2 officers showed up demanding ID, insisting that this guy answer questions from the police. They also used the tired line of that they got a call. So, that's their reason for being there. I'm just curious if filming in public is okay in Harrison, New York.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I know that these officers know better, that people don't need to answer questions from the police. So my question is this: were the officers disciplined or retrained on the basics of civil rights of the general public, or did they just get the typical locker room reach around?
I'm not sure. You can follow that information if you want.
Okay. Are you familiar with the video in question?
I'm not.
Welcome back, you guys. This video is from Good Guy Audits. I'm going to put a link in the description below for the original video. I will be pausing intermittently, so if you want to just see the regular version, go click on the link below. Otherwise, let's get into it. It's up just to show you how fast the police do respond.
Good thing that stuck around.
What's the phone number? 734-450-7126.
Hey, how are you? I didn't hear you.
Officer Pops with Harrison Police. You taking pictures of the post office? Or any particular reason? Or
Do you have an email address?
Do I need a reason?
Michael
no, you don't need a reason.
039.
What's up, bud?
Anybody call? Yeah, someone call you.
Michael Farns 039.
What's your name and badge number?
Oh, yeah, that's
At yahoo.com.
We got a call for 800, Alex. Listen to this absolute embarrassment of a cop.
We're just wondering.
You didn't answer my question.
You have to answer my question too, okay?
I asked you
You're being
first.
recorded. We're going to name officer response.
The
Okay?
fonts?
Yeah.
142?
Okay, so what were we taking pictures of?
I'm
We're
sorry?
taking pictures. We're just curious. We got to come.
Do you have access to that email here?
Okay.
Any particular reason you taking pictures or not?
Is there a reason why you're recording?
Yeah.
Yes, because it's part of our procedure.
Oh.
Because it's saying that email is attached to. So let's see.
Quicker, we can get out of here.
Do I need a reason?
Yeah, you can just hurry. Just got to call. We're just curious.
Are you talking about the impact solution?
Yeah. Activity in the area here.
039? Yeah. At Yahoo?
I got you $1. Oh, you almost had it. You better be quicker than that.
Just Farns, F-A-R-N-S.
There's a reason for everything.
Okay, so what's your reason?
Do I need a reason?
Yes, explain.
All
Do
right.
you have ID?
Can you pull it up? See if you just received a link on the email?
What crime do you suspect me committing?
I don't know, you're not helping me.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get you logged in. We got to get this done.
This idiot missed his calling over in Quantico to be an FBI agent.
So why are you asking me for ID?
Because I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. You know,
You need reasonable articulable suspicion.
yes, I have front end suspicion. Suspicion is
Of what
a lot
crime?
of calls when we're coming to the area.
What crime do you suspect me of
This is a
committing?
federal building, sir.
Okay.
We got a lot of calls. We've been having a lot of crime. A lot of people put their mailboxes.
What
I'm not saying
crime?
it's you.
Everybody knows stealing from mailboxes is a federal offense, and it's up to the Postmaster General to investigate said crimes, not the local police.
You're not listening. I'm trying to explain.
You're not
to you.
answering my question.
You're being very different.
What crime do you suspect me of committing?
I'm trying to get to the bottom, trying to figure this out. Work with us so we can
You
get
want me
out
to
of here.
help you with your investigation?
Yeah, we want to know what you're doing. That's as simple as that. That's as simple.
Whatever you see me doing is what I was
I
doing.
just got here. You tell me. I wasn't here before when I got the call. got multiple calls.
I didn't call you, first of
I know
all.
you didn't call me, sir.
Okay.
We got multiple calls from residents. They wanted to know what was going on. We got calls from people in the building. We're just trying to see what's going on. That's all.
So you should speak to the reporting party.
We did. That's why they brought us here. We're checking.
What did they tell you?
What's that, sir?
What did they tell you?
They were filming the building.
Oh, is that a crime?
I didn't say it was a crime.
So why you need my ID?
Just want to know what's going on. What brings you in the area? That's all. Just asking simple questions. That's all. So.
Once you ask me for ID and you can't come up with reasonable articulable suspicion, that's when I get upset.
What do you mean?
I like this guy. Good for him.
We had a lot of issues.
But in order
Tell
to ask
tomorrow.
my ID, you need to have RAF.
Which office are you looking at?
That either committed a crime, am committing a crime, or about to commit a crime. You're not articulating a crime.
Monroe?
That there's crime in it. That's like you can stop somebody. Hey,
Yeah,
don't get your
well,
ID.
right
There's a
now
lot of crime
I'm
in
doing
it.
some
You
interviews, but
understand? It's suspicion of crime.
we'll open back up at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
To know what you were doing. If you're telling me you're just taking a building, that's fine. We can leave.
I said that.
Mhm.
So you didn't say that.
Yeah, I did. And you said that I need a reason to.
Well, that's,
You said,
I mean,
is
I've
there a
already
reason why
gotten
you're
the
taking
process
pictures of the
started
building?
with
So
this
you know I'm
year,
taking
so
pictures of the building.
I was asking you.
But because
I wanted to know.
yeah, that's why we scheduled
so you
it
know
at
what I'm
1.
doing.
I don't know why you're taking pictures.
Do you
All right,
need
so
to know why?
I can give you
Exercise
a
my
chance
First
to try it again
Amendment.
tomorrow at 1.
Do you know that the Department of Homeland Security?
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
Do you know the Department of Homeland Security put out a memo in 2018 that the American citizens have the right to take pictures inside and outside of federal buildings?
I understand that.
So why are you?
What's it say?
So why do I need a reason?
I don't know why you give me such a hard time.
I'm not
Orange
because
word.
you asked me for ID,
Yes.
and I feel offended. Like I,
I don't mean
Oh, 39 is the username. Okay, so you're already here. Farms.
and then rather than coming up to me, right? You should speak to them. They called you.
39. What? You don't know the
I didn't call
password.
you. I don't need help.
Remember the password he set up?
What I'm saying,
Don't tell me.
what I'm saying is
Try
I
it.
don't need nobody's help. I don't need nothing from nobody.
I didn't say you did.
I'm just minding my business.
Yeah. Huh? The username doesn't matter.
You know what you should do? You should go inside and educate our federal workers. Just educate them. And I was asking you, do I need a reason? Why? Why do I need a reason? You're recording me. Is that weird? No, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to make everything make sense. That's it. I am relaxed.
Okay, let's see what we get
I mean,
here.
you guys got guns. I don't have guns.
Don't worry about what we got.
Jesus.
So in the end of the day, somebody called and said somebody's out there taking pictures, videos of the building. It's to them it appeared to be a suspicious activity. They reported to us. We come here, we talk to you, ask you questions. You know, it's
Okay, let me try and pull it up in
whatever
a
you're doing,
different
it's
system. Maybe
not
I can.
compromising anybody's safety in this building. And if that's the fact, then you go on with your day. What's the big deal?
Our IT guy couldn't even find you. Like, I remember everything is coming back now with that situation.
So there's nothing wrong with it. But you know,
He's like, he's not in the system. I'm like, he is, because our system's telling him he is.
Hey, bada bing, bada boom.
it's not the end of the world.
I did.
Okay.
You asked me what I'm doing.
And
You
that
said,
is the way I can reset that
So
question.
can I ask you, did you go inside? Did you have argument with them? Are you pissed off with them? Is it something else going on? Or
I
you're
don't-
only taking pictures of the building?
I don't care about nobody in there. I've never even been inside that building. In my entire life, have I ever stepped foot in that building?
But just know, somebody's calling, they're concerned somebody takes pictures, video outside. I don't know what the backstory behind it. Well, you know, why are you doing this? So you've never been inside, you know,
Never.
you work for USPS? You said you have
I don't really answer questions,
You don't have
honestly.
to ask it. Okay, all right, man. I just want to make sure you
Is
didn't walk in and had an argument with them, and now you're reporting outside.
Is that
and
what
trying
they
to get them-
reported?
No.
What
but
did they report?
They said somebody outside is taking video or pictures of the building, and you're suspicious.
Is that a crime?
It's not a crime, but like,
So
Just racist.
it ends where it starts.
Coming
There's a
up.
guy outside taking
Huh?
pictures.
See, Joseph keeps coming up. That might have been my
We
brother.
want to leave you alone. Leave you. We want to go.
I mean, am I detained?
No, you're not.
Okay, so you can leave me alone.
We just want to know what. I don't know why it's a simple question. What you're
Because the
taking.
whole thing is simple. You see me on the public sidewalk taking pictures, and you're like, "Why?
See if I just call it.
What's
so
your
we can
reason
answer
for
the
taking
phone.
pictures?" And I ask you, "Do I need a reason
This
to
is
take
so
pictures
weird.
in public on such a beautiful day?" And you're like, "Yes, you need a reason." No, I do not need a reason, sir.
You should, man. I should be able to still. I mean, it should
Making it more
come up as an
complicated.
incomplete
I'm just a
application,
private
and I
citizen
can
in
reset those
America
questions. It's
exercising my
normally
rights
that's how
on
it
the
works, and
public
I don't have
sidewalk.
to do this.
If people feel uncomfortable, that's because they're ignorant to our rights. That's when you guys come in, the guys that took an oath to our rights, and you educate the reporting party. Hey, listen, he's just on the public sidewalk taking pictures.
Maybe, do you have a different email?
And rather than telling me, yeah, you need a reason, I don't need a reason. There is no side of the story. What you see is what I've been doing, standing on the public sidewalk taking pictures. Yeah. Simple.
Yay. Well, I have Michael. All right, man. How about you?
Free to stay too, right?
That was painful. Here come the directives.
I have Michael Farnsworth sitting in front of me. Remember the guy that we searched for and we couldn't find him in the system?
Right.
Well, he goes to do a new application, and it says that email is in our system.
I don't need directives. I'm
know.
just a private citizen minding my business.
Okay, well,
all right.
So it sends him what his username is, and he remembers his password. Can get that far, gets logged in, and it says do the reason
go
because
check
you
out
answered
Good Guy Audits.
question a
Tell them
certain
that I
way.
sent you. Go
Please call our
subscribe
office.
over there. Thanks for watching the video. If you like the content and you'd like to
Yeah.
find your way back, please subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support the channel, memberships are available as well. There are several different tiers available.
Set him up with
Thank
Gmail.
you so much, and we will see you in the next video.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. That's the only way we're going to be able to get around it, and then we can just add that email back in later if he wants to use it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't want to do that. That's the direction I was thinking, but I wanted to make sure with you before I went any farther. Thank you. All right. Hey, how much is a Terra costing? Because that's actually, it's weird that you came up with that, because that's what I've been looking at for these detox centers. That's it? Okay. Wow. Well, we're already up to 4, so. Okay. Well, I'm glad I did my shopping well, because when I saw you came up with that, I'm like, okay, looks like I'm good. I was heading in the right direction already. So. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Bye. So I thought we're going to make you up an email.
Well, I have an email.
Oh, you do? Let's just do it with that. Start a new one application, but use it, and then we can add that other one in later.
All right.
That's the one you use all the time. So yeah. He's like it's a weird glitch. He goes because it only attaches to the email or just that email. He goes, you can delete everything. He goes, but then that just he won't be able to use that username. Let's just fix this. You may actually have to change the username. Yeah. And normally, if we ever have to reset it, hold on. So yeah, I would actually do it for now. I mean, use whatever password you want, but just use your first name dot last name as the username, because if we ever reset it, that's what we do anyway. We need to get past this point. All right. Yep. Do it as a brand new. Just do the mobile application and. And I'm just going to watch just to make sure that see what pops up. That way, if something different than what we're expecting does pop up, I can let Michael know again. It's because that's the same old.
Do it again.
Hang on. Okay. Sign out. There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. Hey, Greg.
Taylor Swift, and we're just wondering if you know maybe the best entrance for us to sort of squeak in there.
Right there in the grave.
Would you guys maybe be able to escort me in there to the Taylor's
You
room?
go,
Because I was supposed to do an interview with her, but I just want to make sure that
We're outside, so we don't go.
just because I don't want to get like mobbed, you know.
What I hadn't expected is that there were forces at work to prevent me from getting my interview.
So who's the one you said I should ask?
I don't know.
This guy said he doesn't want to bring me through.
Hey, I'm not here, sir.
Well, there's two of you. If one of you can maybe stay here and one of you could escort me through to Taylor's room. Is there maybe a third of you kicking around that can maybe do it? Okay, so he says he doesn't want to do it. Who did you say I should talk to? Just need someone to sort of bring me through to get to her dressing room to do like maybe just a quick 30-second hit.
No.
If you can get her on
You
the
don't want
radio
the
and just tell her
computer to
Ryan's
remember
coming, she'll know
whatever
exactly
password
what
you
you're
put
talking
in.
about.
I don't have her.
Yes.
Well, I know, but who does have her? That's what I'm saying. I'm getting the run. I gotta be honest with you. I'm getting the runaround from everyone here. I'm just trying to get in there.
Now do just first name dot last name.
Planning on doing some pumping at this concert.
Well, or my breast will explode.
Who do you suggest that I do go? Just because I gotta be honest, I'm getting a little fed up right now with all the.
My radio's dead anyway. That's why.
I wouldn't want to have to report the dead radio to Superior. They sort of sent me over here. Just say I'm gonna be in and out, and then maybe get an escort. I'd prefer one of the guys with the camo.
Somebody over there in the chair.
That feels like you're just tossing me off to the next.
You can talk. Yeah, my phone.
But we just need someone to radio into her. The what?
Have a nice day.
Listen, we're both just trying to do our jobs here. What?
Leave or
Well, what's the second option? You only told me one.
sir, I leave.
Well, tell me, is the second option an interview or? Okay, well, if you told me the second option, then I can make my choice. Okay. Thank you, Rob. This guy? Someone could radio in Taylor Swift to tell her that we're here and that Ryan wanted to do the thing. She said that if I talked to you, you'd let it happen. Then why'd she say to talk to you about it?
Yeah, you have special tickets for that.
I gotta be honest, you're gonna be the fifth person that we got passed off to, but Casey's trying to get in there, get a quick interview, bing bang boom.
You don't have the right credentials. I don't care what it is you're trying to do. You can't go in.
Well, if we just talk to her people, they sort of know I'm coming.
No, sir, it don't work like that. You got to do all that before you get here.
We were supposed to, but we got caught up.
Department would go under street two.
We ended up just kind of losing track of time, so I didn't. And I wasn't responding to her text messages, and now she's not messaging back.
Sorry about your luck, sir.
Between me and you, what if we?
No, ain't no between me and you, sir.
Couple.
My job is.
What about $100?
No, sir. No, sir.
200.
No, sir. Now you're trying to bribe me.
He sort of.
Now that's what you're trying to do, bribe me to let you in here.
Well, I didn't use that. I didn't use that word.
That's what you're doing. That's what I'm using.
What number you think? Just say a number.
Sir, it don't matter. You're not gonna get in.
300. He sort of liked the idea of the 300 there.
You don't want to get no criminal trespass, sir. You don't want that.
No, that's the last thing I want. I want someone to escort me to the
You
thing.
can't come back in here.
Okay. Fine. No, don't ask those people. They're very unhelpful. I'll tell you that much.
Actually, here.
Yeah, we were
Just so we don't have any
supposed
issues.
to do the T-Mac,
Just
and then they
skip this
basically
part.
kicked us out.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
fine.
thought maybe the security got you. They were getting a little handsy with me out down there as well.
All right. Make sure you
Called
say
up
yes
the
to
Goon
those.
Squad and sort of canceled it. So I don't even know if we're going to go at this point between the Crowder thing and then sort of the way that I've been treated at concerts a little bit soured for me in general. So put down my dog for nothing, essentially. But okay. All right.
Donald Trump will be going on CNN, something he says no other Republican presidential candidate has the guts to do. First Republic Bank has failed, and the Federal Reserve Bank accidentally admitted one of the scariest things.
Is that the one you said no to?
last decade.
That's weird.
Democrats
That would deny you from that one, though. I would say yes.
Senator Kevin McCarthy, and Biden sends U.S. military troops to the southern border after admitting the illegal alien situation.
Yeah,
is totally
that shouldn't have
out of
been the one, though,
Thank
because
you
it's
so
not
much
one of
for
the
liking and
trigger
sharing
questions.
these videos.
That's
it
weird.
really helps me out, so thank you so
Although
much.
it's not supposed
I
to
also
be. Who
wanna thank
knows?
Bessie Shoes for sponsoring today's video, and I'll tell you why I absolutely love these shoes later in this video. The Treasury Department has issued a warning that the U.S. government may default by June 1st if the debt ceiling is not raised. They're already running on fumes, according to Janet Yellen. According to Democrat Representative Jeff Jackson, this could result in a severe recession, leading to the loss of millions of jobs and possibly triggering a global financial
Yeah, you need to fill that
crisis.
out.
According to Representative Jackson, he places blame on House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, accusing him of attempting to appease approximately 30 Republicans who are advocating for the United States government to spend less money. While a deal could possibly be reached without their support, McCarthy may be reluctant to risk it, as he would have backlash that could result in him being voted out of the speaker position. But Democrats say they have a secret plan to bypass Kevin McCarthy that would only require 5 Republicans to betray Kevin McCarthy. The plan revolves around what is known as the discharge petition. If a majority of the members sign a discharge petition, the bill could be brought directly to the floor for a vote, bypassing opposing leadership. Now, it's not really a secret plan if you just told the American public. However, at least 5 Republicans would have to betray Kevin McCarthy in order for Democrats to get their way. Republican Representative Scott Perry responded to the plan and stated, "They're not going to get any Republicans. We already passed our bill." Republican Senator Ron Johnson and Chuck Grassley have demanded Secretary of State Antony Blinken turn over records related to communication with Hunter Biden after it was found that he gave falsifiable testimony in front of Congress. Yesterday, I reported that Blinken, in front of Congress, had said that he did not email Hunter Biden. However, new facts are coming out that he did, in fact, have significant communication with the president's son. Now, Senator Ron Johnson stated the American people deserve to know what happened leading up to the 2020 presidential election. Now, in 2020, former President Donald Trump departed abruptly from the set of 60 Minutes and has since refrained from making public appearances or giving interviews on any network other than Fox News. However, this is not going to get him to the White House. Trump is set to appear on CNN's town hall event next week. Trump appears to be gearing up to surface on all areas of social media and the news as he prepares to take back the White House in 2024. Now, he's hoping to convince Democrats or independents that he is the right guy to heal
on some sentences, if you stay clean or whatever for a year or so like that, they wipe the charge completely.
So we'll see how he does on CNN next week. I'll make sure to cover that story.
Where you're at. So.
Despite President Biden's pro-migrant policy, he will be sending 1,500 U.S. military troops to the southern border to deal with the surge that will coincide with the end of Title 42. We're expecting tens of thousands of people to rush the border, not monthly, but daily. Now, Customs and Border Protection, CPB, will no longer be authorized to expel people based on COVID-related things. They'll have to process.
Yeah, I don't know why it gives a confirmation number. It's useless.
Or whether they are an unaccompanied.
It's our worker, our tax for. Basically, we get a tax break for hiring folks. Actually, that are in your situation. So
paid for by the American.
You already did. That's what we just did. So just click
now,
next.
I have a lot more to share with you, including one of the scariest things I've heard from the Federal Reserve Bank in the last decade regarding bank failures, and you have to stick around to listen to that. But first, let me tell you about Vessi Shoes. They are today's video sponsor.
Chopper.
I want to thank today's video sponsor, Vessi Shoes. Have you heard of Vessi Shoes? If you haven't, you'll be glad you watched my show today.
I would just type it. Oops, sorry.
100% waterproof.
Yeah, if you just type it.
Not water resistant, but waterproof. I've been wearing Vessi shoes for over 3 years now and own several pairs. They're my favorite shoes for spending time outdoors because they're comfortable, waterproof, and easy to clean. Recently, I had a work meeting in California, so I decided
take all day to scroll through all those
Disneyland.
month by month.
Sadly, the weather forecast showed that it would be heavy rain all week.
I don't know why it doesn't give you the option to just change the year in that, but it makes you scroll through all of them.
Enjoy the trip.
All right, now you are really in it.
We kept right on making family memories.
Let me load some forms now for you.
Above and beyond testing.
Bam, back to the login screen. Good.
Shoes, and my wife and I
now let's
got
pull you
funny
up.
Looks from other parents. We had a great time, and our socks and feet
really, that's
dry.
weird. It's funny too because
and even though we got wet on Splash Mountain, our feet and our shoes stayed completely dry. So if you want super comfortable shoes that slip on with ease and will keep your socks clean and dry, then go check out Vessi's right now.
Damn,
Vessi has even agreed to give viewers of my YouTube community 15% off your next purchase plus free shipping in select countries. You're going to absolutely love Vessi shoes.
So is it cool
just
to wait
like
about
I
2
do.
weeks?
Whenever you're ready, man. I want you to start when you're ready to be there on a daily basis. I don't want you to start and then have to do some stuff. And then,
amazing, and I love that they're
okay, that's fine. It's up to you. If it's just Monday, we can start Tuesday. But you start when you.
With First Republic.
Okay, I get you.
And going under. They were forced to be purchased by
because they're asking for the start date on here, so we'll decide that, and that's what I'll write on here.
Federal government. Failing banks make everyone uneasy.
Spectrum Foods. It's actually the same company that I'm renting this basement in, but it's the packaging facility over on Telegram.
Also makes the Fed
how you doing?
believe, hey, we need
Good.
to continue to raise interest rates, which are hurting
Okay.
banks and Americans.
We don't have paper
So
applications
it's
here. You can apply online, and then
like the
we
Federal
set up
Reserve has to destroy the US
a session
economy in the
where we do
coming
like an
years
orientation,
in
food
order
safety
to
orientation,
save the
stuff
US
like that.
economy
Or you can just come
avoid
in
a global catastrophe.
tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
The major
I'll be
stock
here.
indexes
And then all you have to do
were
is
down over 1% today.
you can do the whole
Silver
process
were
then if you don't want to do it
Bitcoin
on your
was
phone
up
first.
2.5% after dropping
All right. Do you have ID and stuff with you? Well, you don't need to show it right now. Just make sure you have an ID and either a social or a birth
We
certificate.
want to avoid a banking
What's your name?
crisis by
Megan,
2008.
welcome. Have you worked here before?
There's over
Okay.
$9
You from Monroe?
trillion
Okay. Well, welcome.
Yeah, I'm originally from up north.
Okay.
I was down here
In the
after
United
mom
States.
passed away.
Okay.
Let me repeat
Condolences.
that.
My card.
Another banking crisis
If
since there
anything
are
changes,
over
if you're not going to be able to make it, just text the office number there.
in
It comes to my phone and my desktop.
deposits in the
All right.
United States.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Now, this is one of the
Yep.
scariest
Thanks for coming by.
things that I've read or shared in the last 15 years. Basically, what they're saying is the FDIC does not have the money to cover American bank deposits by $9 trillion if banks were to begin the domino effect of collapsing and failing. Speaking of collapsing and failing, Bud Light continues to face backlash as beer sales have dropped 26% since their media campaign with
Gotcha.
I don't even know the guy's name. I don't follow it. Anyway, the Budweiser is trying to give away pallets and pallets of free beer to bar owners and distributors.
Believe me,
absolutely free, and they're still
when I got out,
they're refusing free.
I wasn't even allowed to leave
It's
because
absolutely crazy.
nobody would hire
Dylan
me.
Mulvaney, that's the name.
I couldn't
Sorry,
even
I got a
get.
brain fart there.
There was I got as far as the second interview to pick up trash in downtown Toledo,
Medusa,
just like pushing one of those carts around and sweeping up and stuff like that.
claiming Ukraine will be
And I didn't do it.
defeated.
Are you kidding me?
According to
I had my own business. I was making over $100,000 a year.
that they want to reset the Russian people's expectation, so a partial defeat won't be seen as embarrassing. It'll just
I
be
get
part
it.
of ending the war. So these sources were quoted saying, if the offensive is unsuccessful, it will be possible to still say the army of Russia skillfully fended off an attack that was superior in power, making the victory that much more impressive. So basically, Russia is trying to, although they're winning in many areas, if Ukraine and NATO make this massive spring offensive like we've been hearing about.
Oh, from the facility?
Then Russia
Nice.
is starting to prepare their people.
Yeah, it's right next to Paul's Collision. Right there.
The attack within Russia
Where?
is monumental.
What?
Now,
Well, their offices.
is begging.
Yeah, I mean the the front part of it or the side of it where all the administrative offices and stuff like that. Yeah, they're out of there. And the first shift ends at 3:30. They do have a second shift.
Not cross over into Russia and do
In fact, I have one guy that hasn't been shown, so I'm hoping they're going to let me open. Send one more person, but they haven't given me the go ahead yet.
So the Chancellor of Germany.
I ask at least once a week. Okay, how many for second shift? And they're like, we'll tell you when.
To keep the fight within Ukraine and to not cross.
If I'm not a thorn, you won't know I'm here.
What do you
So
think about that? Is that the
trying
right
to be a little bit of a thorn.
or is that just being
Okay.
reckless? Or is that with
So
let me know your thoughts down
switch
below.
the login.
Now, it looks like a partial defeat may be incoming. Ukrainian President Zelensky's former advisor has stated that a counteroffensive will target the Kerch Strait Bridge, which is the connector bridge between Russia.
So this time you're going to click on where it says
Crimea,
employee
which
login.
Ukraine
Log back in.
claims Crimea is their territory, while Russia says, no, we took this territory years ago, and it is
You
part
told
of
me about
Mother
that.
Russia. Now, if the bridge is successfully destroyed, it will give Ukraine a chance to the Black Sea Peninsula. So a lot is going on in Russia. Ukraine.
All right. Well, let's get through this process, and let me talk to them. I mean, we've got a couple of weeks. You said before you want to get started anyway, and because they do work on Friday then too. It's mostly all in-house people. They used to allow folks, if they missed a day during the week, to come back and work on Friday. But that was back when we were doing like a perfect attendance bonus as well.
Go check out their cool styles.
They were allowed to get the hours back on Friday, but they lost the perfect attendance if they missed that. So let me ask if, as long as you're going to be someone that's going to be there for sure every Monday through Wednesday, and then maybe pick up the other day on Friday.
Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, and we have yet
No,
another
I understand.
age-old
Well, there's no point in switching the other thing too then if you're going to have that every
see
Thursday.
how the legacy media is going down faster than any of us could ever have imagined. So make sure
Oh,
you
okay.
share this
Well,
video
that
with
then, yeah,
friends
that's
and
not. That
family.
shouldn't be an
It's
issue.
gonna make their day, and let's dive right
Yeah, as long as they know ahead of
The
time.
New York Times is breaking the story that the ultra-leftist
All they ask for
Vice
is a
News
week's notice
officially
whenever you're going to
filing
need time off for appointments or
bankruptcy.
whatnot too.
The Times is reporting that Vice had hoped to find a buyer before they filed, but that does increasingly look unlikely. Vice was once valued at over $5 billion just a few years ago. How, I have no clue. But regardless, things have clearly gone downhill. A couple of weeks back, the Wall Street Journal reported that Vice News World was closing, but there was no indication at that time that Vice News itself would be going bankrupt. Their flagship Vice News Tonight has also been canceled. But now Vice News itself, again, once a multi-billion-dollar company, is officially filing for bankruptcy. Now, the impending bankruptcy of Vice News comes on the heels of the recent announcement that the ultra-left BuzzFeed News is permanent closing its doors. The CEO of the ultra-left BuzzFeed, Jonah Peretti, made the
Okay,
announcement.
so what you're looking at there is the employee portal. Okay, you can access this from your phone or anything. This is where you'll be able to see your pay stubs.
Back in
See where it says
January,
pay
there were a
history.
bunch of
And then at the end of the year, your W-2s will be there as well. All right, today though, you're going to click on where it says e-documents.
Vox with a V, not Fox, but Vox. It was reported then that BuzzFeed was cutting 12% of their staff.
Then click on the green button there. It says Employee Start Wizard.
You know the paper with the pathetic
No,
monogram there,
that's for you.
democracy.
Just start going through these forms. It's just rules
Well,
and
they
stuff. You'll just have to
announced
check the
they're
box
going
and the
dark.
top and bottom
They've lost
and click
nearly
text.
500,000
Do
readers
some
over the
text
last
forms and stuff.
2 years. And it's all just par for the
I will give you a written copy of the rules too.
Not
So.
just Vice, it's not just BuzzFeed.
So you said 2 weeks. So we're looking at what today is the 3rd. So what, the 15th? All right.
You heard that right, 2,000. CNN's audience has fallen 90% in the last 2 years. And then, of course, Fox.
All right.
Freaking
First pay date.
Fox
So if you start the
News,
15th, your
they're
first payday will be the
shooting themselves in
26th.
With this latest Tucker fiasco, you probably heard they've lost nearly half their audience since last week's firing of their #1 show host. It's beyond absurd. But again, we're seeing how it's all part of an overall pattern. A pattern involving the slow but sure decline of the legacy media. And we're going to see exactly why the days of the legacy media are indeed coming to an end. But first, gang, if you suffer from daily pain, I need you to listen to this message very carefully. As we age, aches and pains are normal. We're all searching for effective ways to relieve pain. And in light of this opioid crisis, safety is more important than ever. And that's where groundbreaking medical scientist comes in, Clint Winters. You've seen Clint on Fox. You've read about him in Forbes. He's a world-renowned health expert who's unveiled a natural pain reliever that's taken the world by storm. It's called Kano CB2. It's a 100% drug-free way to get full-body pain relief without dangerous meds. It's the go-to pain reliever for hundreds of professional athletes, tens of thousands of seniors, and the pain reliever of choice for the UFC. Gang, I gotta tell you, I was skeptical about this, but it works. It's like all of my daily pain just faded away. My back, neck, joint, neck, all feel great and renewed. And the best part, Kano CB2 has no documented side effects after years in private testing. Absolutely the future of pain relief. Just ask the athletes in the UFC. It's their official pain relief. So whatever you do, make sure to click on the link below and check out Clint's amazing
Your original is fine.
report on how
It'll actually, putting it there will plug it into the system for us.
providing safe and powerful relief.
One thing about this I-9 form, if someone actually mistypes their social security number on this form, it changes it in our system to what their mistake, and that can become a nightmare. That's why I always verify as soon as everyone's done that form to make sure it's right.
Media. And the reasons for this shift are manifold, but they all intersect with one another. One study in particular noted that the trust in the legacy media has been utterly imploding over the last 10 years or so. We've often noted that perhaps the single most devastating poll of late was the one conducted by the Media Insight Project in partnership with the Associated Press. They found that only 6% of Americans trust the media. And the problem here is that apart from persuading populations that they're reliable mediators of information, news media collapses. Trustworthiness is integral to the business media model of any successful news outlet. When that trust implodes, when significant portions of the population no longer trust an outlet to reliably disseminate accurate information, that outlet goes the way of BuzzFeed, goes the way of Vice, increasingly CNN.
NA, put NA there. That's what it wants you to do, N/A.
The legacy media. And that is where scholars point to the rise of what's commonly called the information age. We often refer to it as the rise of the network society, where populations are related to each other.
Also under apartment number, I think.
Okay, more by virtue of networks, particularly the internet. And the key here is that through the rise of the internet, information's been radically democratized. Information's been radically decentralized, away from monopolistic institutional control through institutions like the legacy media, and it's now available to everyone through digital networks. So everybody with a cell phone is a cameraman, everyone with a social media platform is a potential pundit. And so what this means for the integrity of the legacy media is that we, the people, in an information age, we, the people, have the power to fact-check the legacy media. We're armed with the information needed to fact-check the self-anointed fact-checker. And so this loops around. The more we're armed with more information via the network society, the more we can fact-check the media fact-checkers. And the more we find out just how much they're lying to us, how much they push narrative rather than news, the more our trust in the legacy media implodes. So it's a self-enforcing move.
Yeah,
and that's
just put
legacy media. That's why
well, just put today's date on that form. I don't know if it lets you put future dates.
There's really nothing they can do about it, as long as they portend to be above reproach in their reporting. In other words, it's
just taking pictures.
Well, why are you taking pictures of our building?
Am I not allowed to?
Well, I just want to know why.
Zero?
You're allowed to do zero. That means you're going to tax you at the maximum rate. If you put zero, I would at least claim yourself.
Because a series of events that have been occurring within the United States over the past 5 years. Yeah. 9/11.
Received a call from a state employee.
You're probably some kind of police extremist or something like that, unless you're gaining intelligence for some type of terroristic.
No, you're good. Just sign it.
The camera seems to be recording.
Is that for me too? Is that entertaining?
I don't know what it is he's recording. Wearing a gray shirt and black shorts.
Do you have scouts out here looking at us? I might have to cruise around the parking lot. IEDs placed anywhere?
Am I being entertained here? You guys have a good day.
Why would you do this? Why would you do this?
Good. Now see where it says pending review. It just means I have to do my portion of the form. So you're good there.
You can remain silent, but why would you want to?
102 off.
Dial 911. Tell the police to get up here quick. Somebody's about to get killed.
Wee. What's going on, everyone? Jeremy,
you are done on the computer. You can log out.
Inbox is getting inundated. By the way, if you work in the grocery industry or the retail industry or in the restaurant industry, feel free to keep sending them to me. A lot of grocery folks, I'm going to actually pull them up on the other screen here. I got to protect their identity, but I think I can show the pictures probably. Have been sending me pictures of backstock of Bud Light and how it's stacked to the ceiling compared to all beers. Now, backstock is what you keep in the back that's not out on the, not out on the floor. It's hilarious, but I want to make sure I, don't get anyone in trouble here. There we go.
This is just a highlight of everything.
So back stock is in the back room. Top stock is usually on the top shelf. On the shelf is on the shelf. I worked retail a lot of years, but it's not common terminology. Plus, Bud Light is now literally giving their beer away to distributors because they are losing so much money. It's great. I want to thank everyone. No ad in this video. Just thank everyone for supporting Coffee Brand so hard. We are basically sold out of custom gift boxes this year, at least for Mother's Day. We'll have more for Father's Day. And I couldn't be more proud of all of you and more thankful to all of you. We even got to hire an additional fulfillment person. So I'm thankful for all your support for a small business that is growing. Couldn't grow without you. This is a picture of some.
Now they're asking for 2 contacts here, so I'm gonna give me as a contact, and I'm gonna give one of my associates that covers for me when I'm not here as a contact. About it. Okay.
And this article here, Bud Light to give a free case of beer to every wholesale employee as it begs for forgiveness after disastrous marketing fiasco as expert warns firm's compass is broken. Bud Light has resorted to handing out free beer as the brand's effort to squash the backlash to its advertising campaign with Dylan, and it becomes increasingly desperate. Bosses have also promised to boost marketing spend and ramp up ad production after an industry expert said Bud's compass is, quote, completely broken over its failures to deal with the fallout. Sales of Bud Light are in a free fall over its disastrous partnership with Mulvaney, which was announced back in March. The controversial influencer who was sent a can with their face on it to celebrate a year since transitioning from male to female. Now, I don't know what actually you have to do to be qualified as transitioning. I would assume what Dylan's done is darn near the bare minimum. Anheuser-Busch, the beer's parent company, America's largest brewer, said it will hand a free case of beer to every employee of its wholesaler network, which consists of many family-run businesses who have been badly hurt by the scandal. By the way, this is pathetic. A free case. Now, I don't know how they define a case. Sometimes it's definitely not a 6-pack. It might be a 12-pack, might be an 18-pack. Depends, I suppose, how they, case for me is at least a 12-pack. But like, ooh, thanks. I can't feed my family this month, but thanks for a $2 case of beer at your cost.
And you're under the U.S. Probation Office of the Eastern District?
Yes.
Okay.
Figures from Bump Williams Consulting, which specialized in the alcohol industry, shows in-store sales fell 26% in the week ending April 22nd. The decline in the week previously was 21%. I mean, you're seeing these pictures everywhere. And there's just no clear plan. Williams said, without a clear plan to navigate the backlash and turn around the decline in sales, Bud Light is in serious trouble. We talked about that yesterday. Well, here's the thing. Ultimately, the plan is clear. It's just whether or not they can execute it. I don't think they can, because the only way to actually do it is essentially say, hey, we're sorry that we hired somebody who is insult to all women. We'll do better. We've fired these people. We're sorry, and probably have to give people a huge discount to come back. Here's a coupon to print out for 50% off your next case of beer, something like that. If I do have a master's degree in marketing, but I also have been covering like cultural backlash stuff for years. Pretty sure I know what is required I should sell my services as like extreme disaster backlash consulting. All right, listen, Bud Light. Just you and Bud Light and me, okay? I need to buy 2 new machines for my coffee company. A big K-cup machine, which is very expensive, and a food-grade air compressor. And then also a new machine to help me do some packaging. Now, if those arrived at my fulfillment center, say like, with the return address of just BL, I'll know, and then I'll give you some advice. How about that? I think that a simple tweet would do the job. All you have to do, Bud Light, is say, "Dear past and present customers, we are."
I'll give you one of my cards as well if they want it. If they want that, that way they'll have my email already and everything.
Appreciating your business. We know that working with Dylan,
No, it has to come out during the
might
show.
even have
Anything that can fall out and end up in the
that
product.
influencer was extraordinarily offensive to our customer base, and we are sorry. We have let go of the 2 people in charge of it, which we know they have. We have instituted new systems.
Probably still make you put your
going
hairnet
forward,
around them.
and we again apologize and hope you'll give us a chance to earn your business back. To do that, here's a coupon for 50% off your next case of Bud Light. 75%, something insane. Write it off as marketing budget. Done. You have to apologize directly, and then you have to have a call to action for them to go buy your product. Let them come back. I think you could get about half those customers back. You have to remove the stigma that people are feeling in the pubs.
Anything allergen is green. That's the truth.
I've talked about it before. I literally seen it happen IRL, and you've all told me in the comment section about it happening, where people are getting roasted if they're drinking a Bud Light. You have to change that,
Correct.
and you can't change that unless you come out.
Correct, that is false.
Full-throated apology. Now, what's going to happen is the left is going to boycott you. But I have great news for you, Bud Light. They don't drink your beer. I would be willing to bet that over, 65% of people that drink Bud Light aren't on Twitter. Say about 65%, maybe even more, of people that drink Bud Light or Miller Lite or Coors Light, they're not on Twitter. They're not plugged into all this drama and all this other stuff. You don't need to worry about them. They're not going anywhere. But it's the 30% of people or so, 35% of people that you're now seeing are clearly not just conservative, but just regular consumers that don't want to be associated with this. That's who you're losing. So you've lost 26%. I would predict that will continue to drop into the 30s, 35%. Because that's the people that are either directly online, plugged in, or they're friends with somebody, or they're getting roasted.
I was at the same type of
when they order a Bud Light, or they're getting roasted.
vacation spot that you were at as
You know
well.
how many
So
biker
it's
clubs are probably drinking Bud Light right now? I'm guessing 0.
the same. Yeah.
How and they go into
I
the
was in the
bars
Fed
and they
system
roast
too.
people that are drinking. I mean, you have a contagion that is spreading because you refuse to apologize.
With the dumbest Don,
They
Paul
think they
Gotti.
can't apologize because of their
He taught me how to play
and their investors
Pinochle.
and this and that. That may be true. So then I guess they have 2 options.
I was supposed to go to
They can
Milan,
lose
but I
30%
got
of their
in
customer
an
base,
altercation
which is probably where
in
we'll top off.
holding.
Never to return, by the
so
way.
they bumped me up a little
And
bit.
continue on
And then,
as the number 2
Diesel
or
beef
number
for a
3
while.
beer in
I
this
went out to
country, and be
Oklahoma.
fine
And,
with that. That's an option.
but I finally,
Or they can
ended up
apologize.
landing
Apologize
right back where I
forward.
was because I was in
The biggest
holding in
problem with these
by
brands
Youngstown, Warno.
is they wait too dang long. If they would have apologized
The CCA there.
immediately, this would have been done months ago. Well, a month ago. This video I'm watching, by the way, if you got this,
my
video,
family
like on
is
it,
from the Ann Arbor
probably
area.
wouldn't
They
get
literally
100
would have been
to
able to visit
200,000
me
views.
often, but instead they put me 4
So,
hours away.
I mean, these mealy mouthed apologies, it's becoming a whole, a thing, a whole a whole secondary economy.
got out,
You
though.
see the
That's-
Wall Street
that's-
Journal,
they,
Bud Light
I did
makes
my
offer to distributors
probation
free
and
beer,
halfway
more
time
ad
in
spending
Toledo.
after backlash. You can't spend your way out of this. The more you spend,
I had
another
another year
all that
afterwards,
money you
but
spent
they-
on the chicken
I got
fried
it cut
rice or
short,
whatever,
actually.
chicken fried
They-
song
they
that you put
submitted
out.
and had it cut-
You spent, by the
cut
way, I
short
know they
since I was
spent an
doing-
enormous
doing the
amount of
right
money
thing. Other than not being able to find a job right away, but
to do because it had 20
Wow.
million views at least on YouTube. So they're paying millions and millions of dollars to try and outspend this backlash, but it's not working. Many of Anheuser-Busch's distributors are family-owned businesses that have carried the brewer's products for generations. Now, their marketing plans to distributors at an annual meeting in January after a Super Bowl ad, brands were improving. We know about that. They didn't need to take this risk, one distributor said, adding that he was worried the brand might now swing back in the other direction. I lost my cowboy bars, and now I could lose
people
my
still
gay
get
bars,
dandruff.
which is true at a distributor, right? So you're losing, the conservative
There's
bars.
2 questions on there I missed the first time I took it, and that's one
And
of
then
them.
you're losing. Now, if they go back and swing the other direction, they're going to lose gay bars, which, in big cities, they exist. I live in Wisconsin; they're around.
Yeah.
If you live out in the country, we all just we all just drink together. We're like, that's how it should be in the cities. But in the city, in Milwaukee, obviously there's bars there that are, so I mean, you see on April 24th, Whitworth met with a group of his distributors in Washington, D.C., where they traveled for a beer wholesaler conference. He told them he hadn't known about the post or personalized can until someone texted him the message until shortly after the backlash erupted. So these people didn't even know. And now they're desperate, giving away free beer. I mean, this is yikes. And Anheuser-Busch gives away free Bud Light to make amends to distributors. And by the way, a pathetic job. What the distributors need is a full-throated apology. And until they get it, they're in trouble. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you leave a like on it. We'll talk to you again real soon.
I think it's the one about your boots. They don't want you wearing them to and from work. If that's the one I'm recalling, just by that.
Where's the safety data sheet?
Yeah, they're in the break room, so you have easy access to them. Good question. A lot of 6s in your license number. Yeah. Your ID number or something. All right. Something else. He makes a lot of money doing it, Chopper. Sorry, I'm talking to somebody on Zoom.
It says you may store your personal information.
Nope. Locker or vehicle?
They continue to have record low numbers in his spot. These numbers are basement, toilet numbers, however you want to look at it. It's not going well for Fox News APN at all.
Never in my life have I witnessed a more spectacular backfire than Fox News not only firing Tucker Carlson, which has absolutely cratered the ratings, but their subsequent push, bizarrely, to try and smear him and say that, oh, he's this bad guy. He's gonna be exposed. We're gonna share these out of context clips of him where we didn't know, or that he didn't know he was being recorded, and it's gonna look so bad for him. But the first set of leaks did nothing. They were totally normal. And the leaks they put out today only make Tucker look better. I mean, what a spectacular backfire. And we're going to get all these amazing clips after a quick word from this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Huge shout out to this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Look, it's 2023. If you don't have a VPN, you're missing out on a ton of benefits. Not just a more secure connection, but if you're paying for Netflix, Disney Plus, or any other streaming service, you're already getting locked out of a ton of additional content that you could be enjoying if you used a VPN.
All right.
And since they've been sponsoring the channel so long, they've rolled out a massive discount for my viewers. That's right, 84% off plus 4 months free. It's $2.03 a month, 4 months free. 84% off. Private internet access also offers privacy on all your devices. Lightning
Like I said,
fast
don't get upset if you
global
did miss a
server
few.
network.
It's
And look, outside of
as
all
long as
the
they go
additional
through each one
content
you
you're gonna
missed,
be
you
able
can
to
miss
view
them
out
all.
there using private internet access, it also has a strict no logs policy.
I doubt you
It's
did. Most of
open
these are common
source.
sense.
It has
Yeah.
state-of-the-art updates. It's instant to set up. You can put it on all of your devices, your tablet, your computer, your mobile phones.
This is the one other one that everyone. The blue brush question is kind of a trick
If you
question.
don't have a VPN yet, make
The
today.
blue brush is for the
link in
machines,
description to
but
get
the conveyor belt
private
itself is
access,
considered a food
start being
contact
more
surface.
secure,
So
and unlock
makes that
loads more content.
Everything.
Now let's start with some of the ratings.
when they get it right, I'm surprised. I'm like,
since,
did you just
the drop.
guess?
By the way, if you don't have a VPN
Usually
yet,
the way you
make sure
read it
pick
in
up
the
private
manual, it
internet
kind of looks
access.
like
There's
it
a massive
could be
discount, 83% off. It's practically free. So, get access to more programs from the stuff you're already paying for and protect your PC.
If a pouch lands on the floor, it goes into
Holy
an animal
moly,
feed
young people
container.
have abandoned Fox News
They
in
send it
prime
off to,
time,
like, pig farms
with
and
Hannity now below 100,000 in the
No
demo.
food in your locker.
And Tucker's
There's a place in the
old-time
break room
slot
for
losing
that.
more than
For,
70%
sanitation
of
reasons.
his young audience.
Good.
Catastrophic.
Awesome, man. You got your paper.
I mean,
filled out. We
100,000
got you set up
people will likely
for
watch this
did I say
video.
22nd?
And I'm filming it on a $100 Logitech Brio
May
webcam
22nd?
and an
Yes.
SM7B microphone.
For you, Dave, whatever that
Well,
is.
just to
You
put
did
that in
the-
perspective, that's
the-
how like outdated and toast old media is.
Is that what you wait? What did I write on the
And there'll
paper?
be 20 other people that cover the same story.
You want to do
that
the
get
15th?
as
then?
big, if not
Okay.
bigger,
Anything
viewership.
goes Oh, yeah, 'cause it's the
As
first
we
week.
get,
Duh.
you know,
Okay,
cable
2
news
weeks,
ratings
yeah,
25 to
15.
54. This is the coveted.
All right,
This is
yeah.
the
If it
buyers,
changes,
people
it
that will buy
changes.
your stuff.
I'm not.
I mean, viewers
being the 15th, I'm not
at
even going to
5,
email the client.
still very
until
strong.
The 11th.
Gutfeld holds strong.
That's my last day
154,000.
here
But,
for the
Fox
week.
and Friends,
So that way, I always
135.
send out everybody
If
I
you
have
look,
coming in on Monday. So,
a
all
lot
right,
of
anything
these other
changes between now and
that
the
previous
Thursday
week
beforehand, just give me a
on
shout.
Fox
Okay.
have absolutely crazy.
Other than that, man, you're good to go.
93,000.
It's on the back of the handbook.
Ingram angle,
The
91,000.
underlined address right on top.
I mean, these are tiny viewerships.
Right,
Tiny
15610
viewerships.
South Telegraph. Yep.
Tucker's
All right.
last night in the
Thank
key
you.
demo, by
All
the way,
right. Sorry about the
70.
computer glitches, but let me
That
see.
is more than all
Something real
of
quick.
these. Significantly more
direct
than all of
deposit.
these.
Yes.
And now
You have something you want to
Matthew Gertz,
Okay,
who works
see
for
that.
the
Well-
bully organization, the garbage heap that is Media Matters,
Let me see if you
put out this clip in a weird attempt to try and make Tucker Carlson look bad. It's several new clips.
You
I'm
got
gonna
it.
share with you.
Now,
Some of them
is that
have curse words in it. I'll try
a
to keep
deposit
them out.
slip?
If I miss one, I do
For-
apologize. Try to keep my channel
Okay.
PG rated, even if sometimes the topics are a little spicy. So Fox video, Fox leaks.
What I'm gonna do
Tucker
is
Carlson's
I'm gonna fix
creepy behind the scenes comments. Before we look at them, let's look at a few of the replies.
Here we go.
Christopher F. Rufo writes, "Thank you for confirming Tucker is a normal, down-to-earth, very funny person. Great work as always, Media
Okay.
Matters.
I'm gonna send you an email and you fill it out.
Content.
You'll click on the link in the email.
How about
That way, if there's a
CRV
mistake,
therapist, right?
it can't be blamed on me.
Undercover counsel or whatever it must be. These
If we have it
things are
printed out
normal.
on something,
Sure
then
happen on
I
almost every
they'll let
news
me take it. But
organization. Every job, to be
we've made
honest.
enough mistakes.
Does this propaganda
The last thing I
really
want to do is
work
ever
of
have
portraying Tucker
you have an issue
Carlson
with
early?
it. All right, so I'm gonna send you an email. Look out for that
Like
email. If
Tucker
you don't get it
more.
within an
Thanks for
hour,
proving
check your
me wrong.
spam. Okay. All right.
I mean, like, Tucker is base. Love him even more now. I'm sorry this is happening
course they're
to
trying to tarnish
you.
him. They're assholes.
You see,
Is,
here's
Joe
Matthew
King live
Gertz
again, too?
sharing.
I just saw- I
Perfect for
thought
an
he
interview
just
with
went live.
Piers Morgan. Carlson tells the host, "If we're going to talk about hooking up, I'd love to hit some of the fine points of the technique." Morgan replies, "We can certainly talk about
Make sure
your
it's not
technique,
fake. What?
especially
What would be
after
fake?
your tanning your junk last week. It was just a joke. It was just a joke. Like, what's wrong with this? Like, here, look."
Well, I feel great. You know, I can never assess my appearance. I wait for my postmenopausal fans to weigh in on my IFB. What? They want to control me from afar? Okay, I'm putting the leash on.
I don't even get it. That's knowing your fan base is calling them postmenopausal supposed to offend them? I don't really understand. Look at these comments. Lamau, Tucker is hilarious. I love how Media Matters thinks this has some kind of sick burn here. Always going to hate the thumbnail. You can see Media Matters thinks humor and quick wit is dirt. I didn't realize Tucker was this funny. I always assumed he was socially awkward. Creepy, more like base than normal. Here's Colin Rugg. Lamau, I like Tucker even more now. This just makes him look cooler. He seems funny and relatable.
No, it's
What's creepy about this? I mean, like, everybody is just getting brutally ratioed in this. Thanks for proving that leftists no longer have a sense of humor. Tucker is hilarious. I mean,
who was asking earlier?
Is this again like? Are they like? Okay, let's see this. After describing an unnamed woman to someone off camera as yummy, Carlson says, "Just kidding." In case this is being pulled off the bird.
Yes, hey, I did do
Media Matters for
2008.
America. Go F yourself.
2011.
You wouldn't? Okay. I'm not, you know what? I'm not qualified on that score, I will say.
I paid my debt.
Girlfriend is kind of yummy.
For what
So
I
what?
did.
Says girlfriend was good looking.
Nothing weird.
I don't really understand. Are we not allowed to say women are attractive?
Nothing I'm proud of, but
Just kidding. Just kidding. In case this is being pulled off the bird.
nothing violent.
He knows. I don't think he was kidding, but like he's just keenly aware. And then like, here, like,
yeah, the bird. Hey, Media Matters for America.
I'm gonna bleep this here, but he puts up both. He does the classic flip off and says, "Go F yourself." I mean, like, I don't even understand how these are supposed to hurt him. It's so weird. What did they think here? Who's funding these people anyway? It was such a spectacular fail. I mean, this guy, he's only gonna be far more popular than he ever was on Fox News. Think about that. 270,000 was his peak viewership in that demographic. I believe if he live streamed at night, each episode would probably end, after total views, 3 to 5 million, maybe more, maybe 7 million across multiple platforms, and I'm talking consistent for an hour-long show.
Yeah, well, even after it's uploaded, it's got to process it. It checks it for copyrights and stuff like that when you
online.
upload
While many right-leaning people, it seems like, are embracing the internet at even older ages. Like even my mom installed the Rumble app so that she could make sure she sees my videos there. Like they're embracing it more, but the demographic of the internet is still significantly younger. So all he's going to do is get more popular.
Sorry. I didn't think
And
I had
all these
anybody.
little
He'll come in and then
they'll
Luke
just
come in
happen
and
live, and they'll be
have nightmare
hilarious.
getting him logged in.
I mean, like, Carlson wearing the same outfit he wears in the video on April 22 on Morgan's talk show. They discuss Morgan's criticisms of Meghan Markle, Carlson's gut feeling that former President Donald Trump wouldn't seek re-election.
Sorry, Greg.
Whether Kane,
let me see what you had.
Elon
Are you
Musk
still here?
pending
Or did
takeover
you
of
take
Twitter.
off?
Carlson's bedroom technique didn't come up in the official interview. Like, so a video obtained
Check out the
by
video
Media
you
Matters. Well, there
linked
is
to.
only. Here's the thing. There is only one possible source for this video, and that is Fox News. Right? Like, that's where it got filmed.
All right. Check this one out that Kane sent us. Damn. Sounds like a domestic situation. It's blurry. Looks like a Ring camera. blurred up.
In the second video on the set of Tucker Carlson Today's streaming, he tells someone off camera about the postmenopausal viewers. So what? Apparently responding to something he hears off camera. Carlson laughs and shouts, "F it, we'll do it live."
Check out the East Side of Toledo almost any night. You'll see shit like that.
Again, so
with a dash of violence.
Media Matters published leaked video yesterday of Carlson privately criticizing Fox streaming service. And again, so all of these are like hilarious nothing burgers. Is it wild to think that Tucker might be concerned about that? Is it odd that it's like I publish my videos to YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, and Odyssey. If my primary platform is YouTube, which it is currently, hopefully Rumble becomes a better player, bigger player, and it wasn't working, I would be griping about it. Certainly, I have numerous videos on this channel, probably more than a dozen.
Bunch of videos loading
about
up.
YouTube
All
over
right.
the years, maybe 24. It's obvious.
Yeah, just wants to know what time zone you're in.
This is just.
or
I mean, this is the
that you wanted
weirdest
to.
nothing burger, and it
So you're setting up a
completely
premiere, is what you're
backfired on
saying.
Twitter. Like people are just saying, "Oh, sweet."
So yeah,
Tucker's
just
more
what time
based than we
zone
thought
you're in,
before.
so it knows what time.
I
to
can't
actually
wait for him to come back.
publish it.
We need him for the 2024 election cycle. Hopefully he finds a home. Hopefully it's on Rumble or Spotify. Well, not Spotify. I don't want to pay for it. Hopefully it's on Rumble and the left's attempts or Fox's attempts. It really seems like it's Fox's attempt to try and smear him has failed epically.
I have a hard time understanding what
what
you're
this
asking.
video. If you did, make sure you leave a like on it, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Let's check out something else here. This is the odd side.
Many ancient stone monuments are truly mind-boggling. How did our ancestors manage to quarry, cut, and move stone blocks that were immensely heavy? Why is it that these stone blocks seem to fit together perfectly, to the point where we can't even fit a dime
aliens
between the
did it.
cracks? Consider the stone blocks at Baalbek, Lebanon. A single block found at the site has a weight of 1,650 tons. And what about the strange stone blocks at Pumapunku, which look almost like modern cinder blocks? And what about Sacsayhuaman in Peru, with its walls of giant irregular stones that seem to fit together perfectly? And of course, we can't forget about the giant stone blocks that make up the Giza pyramids. The truth is that no one knows how these structures were constructed, not even mainstream archaeologists. The blocks are simply too heavy, and we have no idea how ancient cultures were able to move them into place with such precision. Of course, there are a few theories, and one of the most interesting of the bunch involves geopolymers. In other words, ancient cement.
51 million people entering another
Surveillance camera capturing the
unidentified flying object. Lockdowns and mass testing.
Today, the world is going to end.
First, it's important to realize that the concept of ancient concrete is not as far-fetched as you might think. After all, we know for a fact that the Romans used concrete extensively in many of their most famous works, including the Pantheon. For many years, we couldn't quite understand how they created concrete, but we knew that some kind of lost technology existed in this ancient empire. Today, we seem to have cracked the code of ancient Roman cement, which the Romans themselves referred to as opus cementicum. First of all, this substance is actually much more durable than the cement we use today. This is due to a clever combination of ingredients, such as pozzolanic ash, which prevents cracking. But perhaps the most interesting thing about Roman concrete is that it actually becomes more durable over time, especially in regards to underwater concrete. This is because seawater reacts with the volcanic ash and quicklime to create a rare crystal called turbomorite. Experts now refer to Roman concrete as the most durable building material in human history. Consider the fact that modern concrete will crumble within decades if exposed to seawater. A clear example is the Bahia Honda Bridge in Florida, which lasted just a few decades. It's not just underwater Roman concrete that is getting stronger. Evidence from sites like the tomb of Caecilia Metella suggests that all Roman concrete structures are getting stronger over time. In addition, they are flexible enough to withstand numerous earthquakes. The main point is simple. Ancient people had access to advanced cement technology that we for hundreds of years. In fact, Roman concrete is more advanced than modern concrete, to the point where we are now trying to copy their techniques to make our own buildings more durable. So if the Romans couldn't do it, then why not other ancient cultures? Various ancient civilizations may have had their own unique methods for creating concrete, methods that we don't yet fully understand. And yet, here's the crazy thing. Their methods could potentially create stone blocks that looked identical to those cut from quarries. In other words, no one would have been able to tell the differences between real stones and artificial concrete. But how do geopolymers work? Essentially, this is a type of super cement that consists of synthetic aluminosilicates. One of the key benefits of geopolymers is that they do not need to be fired like ceramics. Geopolymers are stronger than concrete, and a mug made from this material will bounce off a concrete floor with no damage whatsoever. Professor Davidovits believes that the Giza pyramids were constructed using these geopolymers. He points out that it would have been much easier to carry barrels of liquid and powder to the pyramids rather than quarried stone. Using wooden molds, the pyramid builders could have created perfect joints between stone blocks, which would explain why these joints are so thin that you can't even put a credit card in between them. It would also explain why the pyramid is perfectly level, as the liquid state of concrete would have been naturally self-leveling. Interestingly enough, X-ray and microscopic analysis of the pyramid stones suggests that Professor Davidovits
Chopper, once I'm
may
able to
be
give
correct.
attention to chat, besides
While natural Egyptian limestone contains up to 99% calcite and up to 2.5% quartz, the limestone found on the pyramids contains as little as 85% calcite. In addition, these pyramid blocks contain minerals not found in natural limestone, such as opal, hydroxylapatite, and silicoaluminate. Microscopic analysis has also revealed that pyramid stones exhibit a glass-like bubbly structure. Furthermore, Professor Davidovits successfully created a form of limestone concrete in his lab using only water, crushed limestone, quicklime, and natron. But the Giza pyramids aren't the only stone monuments that could have been constructed using geopolymers. Pumapunku is another potential candidate, seeing as the site is home to incredible stone terraces made from giant blocks of red sandstone and smaller blocks of andesite. These stones could not have been carved by stone tools, which apparently all the Mesoamericans in this area had to work with.
No, all his
Electron
outside
microscope
videos are
analysis
awesome.
has shown that these
Some
stones
of them are a
show
bit
signs of being
out there.
man-made. Unlike normal volcanic stone,
It's been a
the
while since he
andesite
released one.
found at Pumapunku contains carbon-based material. This shouldn't be possible, because
obviously,
organic matter
Dale
is
from Lackluster
vaporized
that
by
does these.
magma when it reaches high temperatures. Some
Nobody
believe that
does.
this organic matter was added to andesite sand in order to create some kind of cement. The red sandstone at Pumapunku also contains sodium carbonate, which makes it distinct from naturally occurring red sandstone in the area. Some have suggested that this is evidence of an artificial ferroceolate geopolymer. There's even evidence to suggest that plant saps and acid organic extracts could have been used by Mesoamerican cultures to dissolve stones into a slurry. This slurry would have been poured into a mold before hardening. This technique could have been used to make giant stone structures and statues that appear to be carved from a single block. Many people dismiss the idea of geopolymers, but we shouldn't be too quick to throw this idea aside. Roman cement proves that there are still many mysteries hidden within ancient structures. New discoveries within the next few decades could make the geopolymer theory much more plausible. Until then, we are forced to sit back and marvel at the incredible stone monuments that continue to defy reason.
That's interesting. Let's see if there's any recent videos that I might have missed from him. I'm usually on top of his videos, yeah. Indigo. Yeah. Watch them all.
Over by the police due to a mistaken belief that they're driving a stolen vehicle, and then the police point their firearms at them and treat them like a criminal before realizing the mistake.
Video of a senior couple held at gunpoint by Raymore police is going viral.
Driver, roll down your window! Take the keys out of the ignition and put them on your hood! Torn! They're trigger happy, listen to the tyrant!
Aurora police say it's part of their unwritten policy to pull a gun during a high-risk stop.
Driver, turn off your car, put your hands up! Put your hands out the window! Walk backwards towards us, please.
Unwritten policy is not a policy.
That can't be constitutional, can it? Reasonableness is the key. Aiming guns based on clerical entries and government policy is rarely going to be reasonable. Doing so should be based on actual perceived threats presented by persons with whom they're dealing. In April of this year, several people, including one child, were pulled over by the Lehigh City Police when an officer said that he received an alert confirming it with dispatch that a vehicle had been stolen after he ran their license plate.
3 people speaking out after being involved in a wrongful traffic stop earlier this month that led to them fearing for their lives.
The only problem was, it was a mistake. The vehicle wasn't stolen. The department has not explained the reason that the officer ran their license in the first place, but they get pulled over, and the next thing that you know, they see police officers approaching them with guns pointed at them. One of the vehicle's occupants pulled out his cell phone and began recording the incident.
And when I looked into my mirror, waiting for the officer to approach my vehicle, I see guns pointed out.
Torn! They're trigger happy, listen to the tyrant!
This whole situation could have been avoided with a simple paperwork check. And instead, they went straight to holding guns at us.
KUTV reported that a high-risk traffic stop was performed on the vehicle because, according to the police statement, routine protocol is to have guns pointed at the vehicle during a high-risk vehicle stop.
The lieutenant of internal affairs at the department, who didn't want to speak on camera but agreed to a phone interview, says he's seen nothing like this happen before.
It's certainly the first one I've ever heard of or seen. It's a very rare circumstance. It's very common on a high-risk stop.
So, the dispatcher failed to see that the actual plate number given was not stolen, according to the Lehigh Police Department's statement. They said that they have taken corrective action with the dispatcher who was involved. So the vehicle stopped was not stolen, nor was it displaying a stolen license plate. The vehicle occupants were released from custody after about 20 minutes, and then they left the scene in their non-stolen vehicle. Officials of the Lehigh City Police Department called the incident rare and unfortunate, but this is not an isolated occurrence. It actually happens all the time. In Aurora, Colorado, a father records from a distance as cops approach his wife, guns drawn.
A 24-year-old mother is held at gunpoint by Aurora police while her child was asleep in the back of her car, and then minutes later, she was released with an apology from officers for mistakenly detaining her.
His 3-year-old child is still in the vehicle.
Put the guns away, guys. No need for that. There's a child in that car.
The woman thought it was just going to be a regular traffic stop, but she was wrong. Body cam footage shows the officers discussing the fact that they're going to perform a so-called high-risk stop. with guns drawn, as per their department policy.
Not taken off, which is interesting.
Police believe the car is stolen.
So she may not know it's stolen. But how are we gonna approach it? Highway stop still.
Driver, roll down your window. Take the keys out of the ignition and put them on your hood.
This was apparently the result of officers marking the wrong box on a form. The vehicle had been previously repossessed and then reclaimed by the family, but on the form, it was marked stolen by mistake. But that wasn't the only time it happened to another family. A woman with her car full of kids was in a parking lot in Aurora looking for a nail salon when all of a sudden police descended on her, allegedly because a license plate reader had flagged her car as stolen.
The Aurora Police Department now at the center of a new controversy. Officers putting a family in handcuffs, mistakenly thinking they were in a stolen car. They were not.
It is just the latest in a string of controversial decisions made by Aurora police officers.
The family in the car, kids included, were made to exit the vehicle and lay on the ground. The car was not stolen, another mistake. And what was the mistake this time? The actual stolen vehicle flagged by the plate reader was a motorcycle with the same number, but from a different state. Small, minor detail. So yet again, innocent people in a non-stolen vehicle, police make the mistake, yet the innocent people get guns pointed at them by their government. Why? Because they say it's their policy. Officer safety, of course.
Aurora police say it's part of their unwritten policy to pull a gun during a high-risk stop.
Raymore, Missouri. In August of 2022, a Raymore, Missouri couple was held at gunpoint by the Raymore police. The video went viral first on TikTok, and then it hit the TV news.
Video of a senior couple held at gunpoint by Raymore police is going viral. Nearly 200,000 views on TikTok. Now, multiple police departments are saying it was all a misunderstanding.
So this was another mistake situation. Their son's truck had been stolen just days before, but then it was recovered. The police then failed to take the truck off the stolen vehicle registry, so they got the high-risk stop or felony stop treatment. Like the other victims, they were pissed off and no longer the back the blue types. And the couple's son is actually an attorney, and he's apparently pissed too, and he summed it up well.
If this video if it didn't exist, then we wouldn't know about this. And this story of my parents would just be between them.
Fairfax, Virginia, in October of 2022. A mom and her 5-year-old and 1-year-old daughters were on their way to a Walmart in Fairfax County, Virginia, when they noticed a police car trailing behind them, and the next thing that you know, the vehicle pulled up beside them, and the police car rammed them, the police car striking their car head on. Guns were drawn, and she was handcuffed, and her kids were put in a police car. Police later said that she ended up not being the person actually that they were looking for. Another mistake. Apparently the vehicle was listed as wanted, whatever that means. Norwalk, Connecticut. It can even happen to the general manager of the Yankees, Brian Cashman.
Man you see here in this video with police officers' guns pointed at him is Yankees general manager Brian Cashman.
Driver, turn off your car, put your hands up. Put your hands out the window.
Okay, same old story. His Jeep had been stolen, but then recovered. But government employees did what government employees do. They just kept the stolen classification and gave him the high-risk stop treatment at gunpoint.
Walk backwards towards us, please. Understood, sir. We'll talk to you in a second. Back up towards the detective.
At least for a few minutes before they recognized him and then began to kiss his ass.
You look very familiar to me.
GM of the New York Yankees.
Yeah, I know. I used to see you at Brook Street Bagels when I was an Eastchester cop. Apologize for the embarrassment. Clear it, turn all lights off. We're good. No spectacle.
This is obviously far from an isolated incident. This apparently happens all the time. There are more examples out there, and what do they all have in common? Innocent people. Could be your father, your mother, your sister, all held at gunpoint by your government agents, and not in response to anything that they did, nor any threat presented by them. Rather, it's just policy. And what happened to protect and serve? These are the people that police officers have sworn to protect. And all too often, these individuals are instead victimized in the interests of officer safety. In all of these incidents, though the police will apologize, they just say that it's policy because it's a, quote, high risk or felony stop. But is that enough for the police to aim a gun at somebody? I argue that it's not. What's the law? Well, the original incident that we looked at is from Lehigh, Utah, which is in the 10th Circuit. I did a prior video on a stop where a female cop pointed a gun at a guy, and that case was in the 9th Circuit. That was essentially this, that pointing guns at persons who are compliant and present no danger is in fact a constitutional violation. However, where it's a tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving situation where police officers have some reason to believe that the individual they're dealing with may be an immediate danger to them, that may be different. Here, in the 10th Circuit, we have two real cases that happened, and the courts have contrasted those cases. All right, so in one case, Maresca versus Bernalillo County, 10th Circuit, 2015, officers at gunpoint ordered a family out of a suspected stolen truck. The officers forced the family of 2 parents and 3 minor children to exit the vehicle and then to lay face down on the highway. The officers first removed the parents, who pled with the officers that there had been a mistake, that they should check the father's license and that there were children and a dog in the car. Even though one officer on the scene considered the situation a little weird, the officers ignored the parents' repeated pleas to recheck whether the vehicle was in fact stolen and proceeded to instead order the 3 children out one by one. The officers then handcuffed each family member except the youngest and locked them in separate patrol cars, keeping their weapons trained on the family throughout, despite full compliance with their orders. The court found in that case that the forceful measures were unnecessary and unconstitutional, primarily because the officers had no reason to believe that the family possessed firearms. Now contrast that case with a more recent case, also from the 10th Circuit, 2023, Hemry versus Ross, where it was reported to the officers making the stop that the driver was a fugitive murderer. The court noted that in the case of a suspected stolen car, there's nothing specific indicating that the car's occupant may be armed, but where the driver is actually believed to be an actual murderer, that the officers acted reasonable in holding the man at gunpoint during the stop. So here in the Lehigh incident, and also in the many other incidents that are occurring around the country, we don't necessarily and usually have an allegation where the driver of the vehicle is a fugitive murderer, nor do we have an allegation or any specific information to believe that an occupant of the vehicle is armed and dangerous. All we have is a report of a stolen vehicle, which obviously has a high error rate, along with some purported department policy of performing these stops at gunpoint. Without more, police officers should not be aiming their firearms at people. Reasonableness is the key. Aiming guns based on clerical entries and government policy is rarely going to be reasonable. Doing so should be based on actual perceived threats presented by persons with whom they're dealing. And that's really no different than a homeowner saying that, well, I have a policy of answering the door with a pointed firearm. That's not a good idea for a number of reasons, but primarily because there's no imminent serious threat that has been presented, at least not yet. Now, if that occurs, it could be reasonable to do so, but you have to base it on the particular facts. So it's facts that matter and not policy. As always, I appreciate you watching and going over these sorts of incidents and the applicable constitutional law. Don't forget to subscribe so that you don't miss future videos, not just here, but at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com, where you'll find more detailed information on these videos, such as the legal citations and so on. If you want to help fight the fight to enforce your individual and natural constitutional rights, please consider donating to the Institute for Justice. The donation link is in the description. It will help. Remember, freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Active shooter in Atlanta. All right.
Good night to everyone except for Asians. That sounded racist. It's not. It's because it's morning for them now. Good morning, Asians. I'm not racist. Good night to everyone except for Asians. That sounded racist. It's not. It's because it's morning for them now. Good morning, Asians. I'm not racist.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering. Every once in a while, an interaction is worth breaking down and taking a look at. And this particular one comes from some sort of weirdo Karen who doesn't like that a parent allows their daughter, their 2-year-old daughter, to wear pink. You know, because I assume now I always try to react in real time to these videos. I let people know when I've seen them ahead of time. I have not seen this video. So maybe if it ends up as a nothing burger, you won't even see it. But I bookmarked it last night to cover today because people are just insane. So there is this article over on Not the Bee that right just when I thought I had seen the worst clowns of all time, a new bozo enters the arena and takes the prize. Watch this Karen who thought it was her duty to confront a father because his daughter, 2 years old, wears the color pink. The lady comes in with all super liberal, super woke talking points and gender norms and gender fluidity. Meanwhile, the guy's just doing his best to raise his little girl as a little girl. And she has the audacity to claim that dad is confusing his baby girl on gender. I don't... I mean, what? They continue. Yes, the way not to confuse young people is to deny the differences between genders, dress them as gender neutral and gender non-conforming, and then let them decide what they want to be while they're still too young to comprehend anything about adulthood. It's the iron law of woke projection. Whatever they accuse you of doing, they must be doing themselves. Dressing like a girl isn't confusing. It's not abusive. But this lady insisting strangers abide by her moral dictates is. We are officially in a clown world. Let's take a look. This video looks like it was initially shared by clownworld_. Definitely worth a follow on Twitter. I don't know why I'm not following him. It says, she came to complain why my 2-year-old daughter always wears pink.
Hey, so you come to my house to complain about my baby wearing pink.
By the way, I want to point out also that it's wild. It's wild that this person continued to do it while still being filmed.
I was just asking really why you keep putting her in pink and not other colours.
Well, traditionally, girls often wear pink.
Yes, that's true.
Well, I think you'll find that was back in the day.
Imagine. I don't know if this is a neighbor or I assume it's a neighbor who continues to see this guy's daughter and has some sort of opinion about it. There's one thing that I've learned as somebody who is not a parent yet, and that is that you don't tell another person how to raise their kids. You don't do it. You keep your mouth shut. You know, it's the same, by the way. I exercise this same discretion when it comes to like people's dogs, the dog park. Okay. Maybe he's out of control. Maybe I'll say something like, hey man, get your dog under control. But for the most part, you know, it's not my place unless they're putting my dog at danger. Then, okay, I'll say something, which has never really happened because I have a 90-pound German Shepherd. That said, that's a different dog park topic. One day I'd like to do like rants about normal stuff. Because I have some dog park thoughts, but let's continue.
I don't think it's today. I think you can wear any colour you want now.
Well, no, you can. She has other like clothes as well, but her favourite colour is pink.
Well, I've only ever seen her in pink, and I think that's not allowing her to have freedom of what
do you mean
gender
freedom?
she wants to be.
What kind of gender she wants to be? This guy comes back and says, bro, she's a baby.
Baby?
Baby.
She's baby. She's 2.
She looks a lot older than that to me. But anyway.
Well, hold a minute. What's any of your concern?
Well, it's my concern because I believe that the world has got better since we've got all this fluidity with genders and all the different types of genders now.
Okay.
And I think by dressing someone in pink, if she doesn't want to be a girl when she's older, she wants to be a transgender or whatever. Then
what? And again, like, again, this is not the child's mother. This clearly isn't a guy's family member. This isn't a close personal friend. This is an internet weirdo.
Should have been dressed in pink and you would have confused her. So I think it's nicer to dress people in all different colours. I mean, she'd look beautiful in yellow, wouldn't she? Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, she's wearing yellow now. Hey, baby.
I haven't seen, she was sorry. But she's got pink trousers on with rainbows on. Now, I do like the rainbow.
Oh, I wonder why you like the rainbow.
I definitely like the rainbows on her trousers. Now, that's good.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
you know,
Okay. Firstly, yeah, you're wearing pink glasses, okay?
I think you'll find these are mauve. Are you colourblind?
Mauve.
Or something? These are
Mauve.
mauve. These are
Mauve.
not- What colour are these, young lady?
Say pink.
Yeah, she says pink.
Oh, based 2-year-old.
They're not pink. They are mauve. Mauve glasses.
Okay, so
And actually, they're blue inside.
Ooh.
So a little bit of pink, mauve, and blue. I've got all the colours, you see.
Sorry.
Much healthier for the brain, the mindset.
sorry.
This guy, whoever this person is holding the camera, absolute mad lad for not completely busting out laughing and just having the wherewithal, the thought to know that he was recording absolute gold. Wherever this person is out there, I salute you, because I could, if I wasn't watching a video of this happening literally right now, I would never believe it happened.
I'm just a little bit baffled to like why you're actually here.
I'm just asking why you keep dressing the girl in pink. I think you should give her more choices of colour.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But however I want to dress her, okay, yeah. The way how I parent her is nothing to do with you.
Well, it is to do with me because
What? What does it have to do with this woman? It has literally nothing to do with the father and the daughter. And by the way, I don't know if the mother's around or not, but I assume the mother's also fine with it. This is the stuff that, like, part of me, I would really love to, like, go to a big city and see this happen. Like, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Have you? Like, all these, like, you know, the one time I had like a weirdo interaction with an SJW was when I was in Indianapolis and they attacked me because they didn't like my opinions online. Okay. But in like the suburbs, actually, I shouldn't say that. There was this one time, not at band camp, but at my local pub where somebody came in. They were, I don't know what their ethnicity was. They looked maybe like, what would you say? Like, they weren't white, but they weren't black, but they weren't, I think they were like maybe Arab, Middle Eastern or something, sort of, I don't know. But like they came into the bar, this woman who was clearly already hammered. I'd never seen her before. And she was like filming people and saying that they were harassing her. But like I had just gotten there. And I was like, what do you mean? I haven't seen anything. I was obviously stone cold sober at this time. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What's happening? And she was like, I don't know if she was trying to like, look at all these racists in this small town. No one had said anything to this woman at all. She just walked in and like had ordered a drink. I don't remember what it was. And then like started like saying, oh, it was because of whatever. It was so many years ago. I was like, what's happening? And then her family showed up in like a BMW or something and like pulled her out of the bar. And the dad or the brother was like, we're sorry. So like, I don't know what was going on there, but that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I thought, I mean, I at the time we all had a huge laugh about it, but like, it seems like this stuff happens in big cities all the time. Now, I guess maybe this is not a big city. I don't know.
feel for people these days, and I think they should have more choices of what colours they want to wear.
But
what
she's
they want to
two.
be.
She's two.
Well, don't think it matters.
I don't need to teach her about all this. She what is right? No, as in like what is traditional is she's a girl. I'm
How amazing is this? Like, I mean, this is like the whole like people, they don't reproduce, they recruit. Like that's where this saying is like, you know, a lot of people saying I'm at a loss of words. Hopefully this was staged. I don't know. It certainly doesn't seem staged, but I feel like if somebody had shown up at my house, and I can only relate to my dogs, obviously, but like Ruby wears pink collars, Huck wears American flags or whatever. Somebody was like, why is Ruby always wearing pink and flowers? I mean, why don't you just let her express her gender identity on her? I would laugh so hard, and it would be such a loud belly laugh. I would probably drop my phone and start crying from cry laughing. How weird and hilarious this is. But this is the world these days, apparently. What a weird, wild thing. I hope you enjoyed this video, though. If you did, please make sure you leave a like on it and subscribe down below, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Cool.
You know, I have to admit, get a little bit tired of hearing lectures on effectiveness from people who are far less effective. Like at a certain point, these people need to maybe take a second, realize that maybe you could learn something. Okay, maybe you could learn something from people who are achieving more than you are in this fight. Possibly. People are raving about Genucel products. For example, you might remember Jacob the PA from my YouTube series where I was forced to play video games. I played against Jacob in a game of Mortal Kombat, and I completely annihilated him. Well, I ran into Jacob in the hall the other day, and I was taken aback by how sickly and tired he looked. I'm obviously an incredibly caring person, so of course I asked if he was okay, thinking maybe he still hasn't recovered from the complete embarrassment of a middle-aged man beating him. Well, turns out Jacob just hasn't been sleeping at all over the last few days because he's been binge playing the new Star Wars game that came out. Now, I was not only repulsed by his face, but also repulsed by him completely, by everything about him, in utter disgrace. And unfortunately, I can't cure all the things that ail him, but I can at least cure the disgusting, hideous appearance of his face with Genucel. Nothing works like Genucel. It's a family recipe that's been perfected over 20 years. Genucel promises immediate effects. You'll see results in 12 hours, guaranteed, or your money back. Jacob did indeed see immediate results, and he couldn't be happier. At least so I hear, since he's no longer allowed to be in my presence. But I hear that he's slightly less repulsive at this point. If you don't want to look disgusting, try Genucel's most popular package for 70% off at genucel.com/Walsh. All orders are upgraded to free shipping, and every subscription order includes a complimentary spring spa box with free spa essentials. Go to genucel.com/Walsh, genucel.com/Walsh. It's also at the very best a gross oversimplification to accuse me of disavowing video games and social media. You have me on the anime point, however. As we all know, I do literally think that anime is demonic, and every single person who has ever watched it has become possessed.
Advice magazine. And this comes after years of dedicating my life to writing articles like A Woman's Guide to Tucking in Your Yes, there are animals. Why some men choose to remove their the Kimoji app doesn't work for Grindr. And then I find out via email that I'm being let go because my articles aren't generating revenue. Hi, New York Times, Mark Diamond here. Just calling to see if you got a chance to check out my resume. Yes, no, I know you told me to stop calling, but I had an idea for a new article about canceling the Easter Bunny. Your boyfriend's racist if he won't sit on them. Lesbians should become men because most of them don't even have to change anything. My boomer dad isn't even gay. You know, journalism is supposed to be about normalizing weird removing people's accountability, and most importantly, writing the same article over and over again. Don't hang up, don't hang up. I have another one too. The trading floor needs to accept that is not a choice. I honestly don't even know what I'm going to do without my $12,000 a year base salary.
Oh no, those poor flip-flop wearing yuppie hipsters. Where will they be able to afford their next Starbies? I don't know, because I don't know who would ever want to hire them ever again. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Zukradowski here of wearechange.org, and we got a lot of absolutely wild and strange news to get into today, as of course things are absolutely unfair, especially when you look at the larger geopolitical picture of American foreign policy that definitely is in question today. after a major surprise in Moscow where there were 2 major explosions. There's a lot of other financial news to get into, specifically inside the United States. We're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more, all here on this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you could get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast is done by the extremely talented Ryan Long. We only played you a small clip of his latest video highlighting the troubles of Vice News reporters, if you could even call them that, who are going to be out of a job soon.
He was just in the chat earlier.
Is reporting that Vice News is going to be declaring bankruptcy soon. Ryan Long's characterization of the writers and their future job hunts is absolutely brilliant and very funny. We really like Ryan Long, and that's why we're going to be putting down his YouTube channel down in our description below so you can subscribe to him and check him out. He truly does very masterful work that deserves a lot more follows. So yeah, definitely don't forget to check him out. This, as we're still waiting for his latest Bud Light skit, which we know he's probably brewing up right now. This, as of course, the major beer company now is offering free cases of beer to every wholesale employee, mainly because they have a lot of extra beers. Why do they have a lot of extra beers? Well, sales tumbled nearly 26% over a major anti-establishment backlash and boycott of the company, as Bud Light is at risk of losing its #1 top-selling beer status in the United States, as a lot of videos are going around specifically highlighting Anheuser-Busch products that no one is really buying. They're buying a lot of their competitors, but for some reason, when it comes to Busch Light, when it comes to the many beer companies that Anheuser-Busch owns, people are just not interested. Who would have thought fifth generational warfare wasn't profitable for major corporations? This, as of course, it's not just Bud Light in trouble, but major regional banks that, of course, also have plunged in value nearly 45%. This, as the First Republic Bank was just seized and sold to JP Morgan & Chase with the help of the U.S. federal government, all as JP Morgan & Chase is also going through litigation, being accused in court of helping run an international trafficking operation for many decades, with, of course, one of their most beloved customers, Mr. Epstein, that they're getting in some very hot water over. Again, lots of details here that we can't talk about here with the general public. We talked about it on yesterday's video on LukeUnfiltered.com. But don't worry, as major American corporations and banks are all on the decline in the United States, the New York government has a solution for you, and they're banning and regulating more of your life, as New York has just become the first state in the United States to ban the use of natural gas in new buildings, passing again more draconian nanny state Karen style legislation that punishes individuals, especially a lot of immigrants who rely on gas stoves and gas cooking, as of course the Democrats want you on the grid in order so they could better control you. And that's one thing to look out for that we call out specifically on LukeUnfiltered.com, our own website where we curate and highlight the most important amount of information for you,
as well,
so you make the best decisions for your life. We have a lot of amazing members a part of this platform. You get to interact, you get to talk to these members, as well as have the opportunities to have in real life meetups. And if you are a member, you can now enter into our contest sweepstakes giveaway on FloridaManTrip.com. Yes, that's an official website. FloridaManTrip.com is the website. Click on it right now and enter the sweepstakes that will allow you to get a free flight, free hotel stay, lunch and dinner with the We Are Change staff and team, and a 4-hour tactical self-defense training with me personally and my close friends here in Florida. An amazing opportunity, an experience of a lifetime that one lucky person who enters the contest will get. To enter the contest, you just have to be a member of LukeUnfiltered.com. Fill out the form, and you have been entered in the experience of a lifetime. It's going to be really fun, really awesome, and I look forward towards hanging out with someone, whoever the lucky winner may be. And these are one perks out of many perks that are available to you by signing up to LukeUnfiltered.com. We also have masterclasses, t-shirts, you name it, we got it. Giveaways, we do a lot of really fun, incredible things. To be a part of it and to be a part of all the other incredible human beings a part of this larger project, sign up right now. It's quick, it's easy on lookUnfiltered.com. Just click the button and I will see you there right after this broadcast. And with the way things are going geopolitically, I think it's more imperative than ever to know what's really going on. This, as we got new shocking images coming from Moscow, Russia, showing 2 drone attacks specifically on the Kremlin to what now the Russian government is calling an overt attack and assassination attempt on the Russian President Vladimir Putin. As of course, these 2 unmanned missile drone strikes on the capital, on the Kremlin, reportedly being an assassination attempt on their president, is a major big deal for many reasons. This, as Russian officials have now come out and said that Putin was not injured during this attack and that these drones were, quote, shot down. The Kremlin has just said that it reserves the right to retaliate according to this attack, and it most likely will do so with a further escalation in Ukraine that is definitely going to be very drastic and very dangerous, not just for the people of Ukraine, not just for the people of Russia, not just for the people in Europe, but for the people of the world, as of course Russia is a nuclear power. And if this was a legitimate attempt to try to take out the president of Russia, just as the New York Post is reporting that this is a foiled Putin assassination attempt, I think it's time that we ask ourselves, what in the world is happening here? As of course, Vladimir Putin is someone that the Western media is calling unstable, unwell, and very sick. A man that, by the way, has more nuclear weapons than the United States. Why would you try to assassinate him when, one, by doing so, you piss off someone that you're characterizing as already very volatile and very dangerous? 2, even if you're successful, who is going to be taken over the positions of power if Putin goes down? And when you look at the current political sphere in Russia right now, who would take over? Well, from all estimates and everything that we're saying personally online, probably someone who's more of a hawk. Probably someone who is more dangerous, probably someone that is more unpredictable, probably someone that the Russian people would fully support if this assassination was technically successful, to even be more aggressive, to even escalate things even further from here. And again, all around, this was an extremely stupid, naive, absolutely absurd move, but we have to ask ourselves who is responsible here. As of course, Ukrainian officials are saying that it was not them. And Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, says that Ukraine did not attack Russia or Moscow. All of this, as of course, just a couple days ago, the United States admittedly had to stop the Ukrainian military from launching an all-out attack on Moscow. This, as of course, it's also important to note here that a Ukrainian missile did fly into Poland, kill Polish citizens, which the government of Ukraine, including Volodymyr Zelensky, automatically said was a Russian attack when they knew it wasn't. It was a Ukrainian missile, which Ukraine tried to capitalize on in the moments of and automatically blame and try to invoke a NATO clause that would create an entire world war. So is Ukraine telling the truth here? Who knows? They have a history about lying about these particular events. I mean, so does the Russian government, so does the Russian military. As of course, some people are saying that this could be a false flag. And when it comes to war, we cannot excuse the possibilities of this potentially even being true. Now, I think it's important to kind of highlight and talk about these issues from many kind of hypotheticals, specifically being, if this was a Russian false flag, what would be the benefit? Would this be a larger excuse for a larger escalation here? Well, it's also important to note here that Russia already has a lot of room for potential escalation here, especially with the Nord Stream pipeline attack, the attack on the Crimea Bridge, and all the other attacks that have been happening within Russian territory by the Ukrainians that are only escalating from here. So did Russia need to do this event in order to justify a further escalation? No. So what's really going on here? Well, who in the world knows, as of course the first casualty of war is the truth. But from everything we are seeing, without any smoking gun evidence, it is fair to say that this was most likely a legitimate assassination attempt on the president of Russia. But when more facts come in, when more details come in, we'll be able to confirm that later down the line. As of course, all we are left here with now is just speculation. But it's important to note here that major fuel depots, ammo depots, major pieces of infrastructure, part of the Russian war machine, have been specifically targeted within Russia, and there have been numerous sabotage attacks and even assassinations of major Russian figures within.
One of the funny things about it, and Friends in Code has been playing with it. Is that depending on how your preceding questions, you can. What's weird is you can open the app, you can ask it a question, and it can tell you one thing. But if you ask a bunch of other questions to like give away your feelings on things, it'll answer the exact same question differently. So I don't know. What's a good question? Ask them if this is good. I doubt they're going to say anything. They're just going to quote the CDC probably, but ask if regular paper surgical masks work to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Let me know what it says.
In the Russian country, and whether it's freight trains being derailed, infrastructure being attacked, I think it's fair to say that this conflict is reaching a boiling point that is extremely dangerous, even though the majority of the fighting is happening in Bakhmut in the World War I style trench warfare that is absolutely torturous and, as many people described, hell on earth. Now, the Western media likes to tell you that Ukraine is winning, that they're this close toward just annihilating all of Russia, while, of course, the Russian media tells you the exact opposite, and that Ukraine is losing and they're very close toward collapsing. Who's telling the truth here? Well, again, that all depends on your political perspective, what news you get. But I think it's fair to say from looking at the numbers, from looking at the footage, from trying to get information from both sides, that this is a brutal war that has now become a war of attrition that is absolutely horrendous, horrible, and a lot of very innocent people are losing their lives, losing their land, losing their property. And today marked another significant escalation of that conflict that is going to be very dangerous for the people of the world. Who did it? Why did they do it? Was it a false flag? Was it not a false flag? All those questions will be answered soon, but Russia is scaling back their Victory Day celebrations, and I think it's fair to say that they definitely will be responding to this. And with today's events, the prospects of peace, the prospects of de-escalation have definitely been lowered, and they're only going to be continued to be lowered from here. As of course, now we could expect Putin to become more paranoid, more aggressive, and sadly, more lives will be lost here in the next upcoming days. But hey, the U.S. military is now hiring a drag queen in order to be the driving face of their recruitment. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, I mean,
nice.
They could probably fight, but I think it's fair to say that with the United States fully backing Ukraine, giving them all their weapons, giving all the latest surveillance technology from the satellite, helping coordinate launching some of these attacks, it's even important to ask here, was the United States involved in this larger attack? And it wouldn't surprise me if they were, as of course they have been playing a key integral role when it comes to prolonging this conflict and giving the Ukrainians just enough of support to continue this conflict and not to win it. As I've been saying for a very long time, this war is meant to be prolonged, not to be won. And the longer it goes on, the more innocent people lose their lives, lose their livelihoods, lose their property, lose their land. The more larger institutions like the military-industrial complex, BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, and others win. And this is why I've been calling for de-escalation. That if you agree, share this video, your friends and family members. It is more imperative than ever. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys actively watching and supporting me, and this is why. I love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org. One more video coming your way right now on lukeunfiltered.com. See you there.
I'm still, I mean, in my indoctrination, Twitter is working, but oh, I just seen the Twitter. I haven't been on my personal one though. I can't I'm still locked out of it. But I guess I'll start using this one for now. Fuckers. Motherfuckers. Got me blacked out and shit. Oh, my way. I see that. Sweet. I guess I'll just start using this one until I sent them an email. They said 5 to 7 days for them to figure out why I'm suspended, and I haven't heard shit. And that was like over a week ago. So I said, if you want to just fucking permanently shut down my shit, let me know, and I'll move on. Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. Trying to talk to it. Oh, shipment's on the way. My roaster's choice. Tracking number. All this shit coming in. I'm hungry. I need some good coffee. What's in Arizona? Distribution center in Arizona. I'm not getting it till Saturday. Which means Monday, because it's postal service. Where did I get that? 2 emails at the same time. Please allow 5 to 7 days for us to review and respond. That was a week ago. So it's been 7 days. Wait. There you go. Indoctrinate them motherfuckers. Ooh, cactus needles? Damn. That sucks. I like how I get an email to pay my garbage pickup bill, but there's no link. It says come to our website and pay online. No link. You got to actually look up their website. stupid. Password. Bill. $150. Hey, dirty dog. All right, now I gotta go see about getting my tire fixed or replaced. You're welcome for your payment. I always love it when they thank me for paying my bill. I guess there's so many people that don't anymore. It thinks anarchy equals communism, other than the fact that it's virtually the opposite. Go figure. Greg Durdarian's a cute guy. I like him. I like his style. Just gonna say. All right. OpenAI, ChatGPT. Here we go. I don't know if I already have a login or not. Nope, we're not doing that. Not live anyway. Oh, a cute story? Let me see, cute story. Oh, new Effects song came out today. Seeing all red.
You don't wanna see me mad, I'll be coming with that payback. You don't wanna taste that, don't wanna see me on attack. Trust me, you don't wanna face that adrenaline, I crave that. Yeah, you know I'm nasty, I'm about to be a savage. When I want it, you better have it. Nothing's getting past me, about to take this to the mat. And you wishing you could take it back, yeah. Like an assassin, I'm praying, I gotta act on a craving. I'm coming after, I'm chasing, I'm gonna capture, erasing. Yeah, those who cross me, you'll be crossed off. Cause I'm plotting, about to pop off, you can't stop me. Winning is exhausting, but I don't plan on stopping. As long as they keep talking, I got these bodies dropping. As long as they keep walking, I'll keep making deposits. They'll find out they can't stop me, cause they'll learn that I'm a prophet. Yo, I'm seeing all red, got my vision blurry from the anger in my head. I'll never be second best, they gon' learn today what it feels to regret. You can't stop me now, the demons tearing out. Can you feel that? That's pain coming out mad. That's unchained payback. They call me a maniac. When they do something that makes me mad, you won't ever see me hold back. I'm coming for you right now. Knock you out, call it lights out. Try fighting, but you'll find out I'm no longer nice now. That guy left him behind now. All you got's a beast with his claws out.
Yeah, Nurses Week. Nurses Week precedes Paramedic Week, or what do they call it? EMT Week. Pretty sure EMT Week is always the week after Nurses Week. Oh, it's in July. No, wait, no. National EMS Week. 21st, so we skipped a week. 21st to the 27th. Weird. It starts midweek.
Got my vision blurry from the anger in my head. I'll never be second best. They gon' learn today what it feels to regret. You can't stop me now. The beat's tearing now. Overcome to the next. 'Cause I'm seeing no way.
All right, robot story. Oops, I want to show your email. Sorry. How do I just open it up? There we go. Can't open it up, just the email. All right. Do this. What can we open up? What kind of files can we present? Slides. So if I make a Google slide, we'll have the story. Okay. Bam. Google Slides. Don't get locked out of Drive. Screw that. Start new presentation. Anna's Chat GPT story. Okay. Okay. I had to go to the next page. I've never used slides. This is supposed to be like here. It's supposed to be like how do you have another page? All right, done with that page. How do we go to the next page? Oh, it's cool ones. Okay. There you go. Need one with yellow. How do you get this? Turn this right. This side yellow and this side black. Your straight up anarchist colors. Oh. All right. There it is. Plus. Boom. Paste. Fuck did I just install? Google Docs open. Okay, add to Brave. All right. We're good? All right, cool. Control V. Ooh, there we go. I don't know if you'd even be able to read that. There you go. All right, let's try and save it now. There we go. Cool. There we go. And that's hard to read. Oh well. I'll just read it. Okay, once upon a time, there was a little girl named Lily who lived in a small village surrounded by vast farmland. Lily loved exploring the countryside and discovering new things. One day, when she was out walking, she stumbled upon a group of farmers who were unhappy with the way the village was being run by the local government. The farmers explained to Lily that they didn't like being taxed so heavily and that they wanted more economic freedom. Lily listened to their concerns and realized that she felt the same way. She didn't like the idea of someone taking her hard-earned money without her consent. So Lily began to come up with ways to help farmers and the people of her village have more economic freedom. She talked to her friends and family about how they could work together to create a free market economy where people could trade freely and keep the fruits of their labor. They started to have meetings where everyone could share their ideas and thoughts on how to improve the economy. They even came up with a system for protecting private property rights and ensuring that contracts were respected. As Lily and her community continues to work together, they realized that they didn't need a central government to run their economy. They could create a better world by working together and respecting each other's property rights. Lily didn't know at the time, but she was becoming an anarcho-capitalist, someone who believes in a free market economy without centralized government. And although she didn't know the term for it, she knew that she was on the right path to making the world a better place for everyone. Oh, Lily's a gem. All right, I need to find a place to get my tire fixed. Is there a Bell Tire around here? Oh, there is. There's one in the room. I don't even know what the fuck it is. I think it's an LS. Took a picture of the tire so I know the size. Can you just look it up by size? Look. $17. Okay. There's 17-inch. $25.60 yes. Wow, they've got some cheapos there, huh? Man, these got some small warranties on them, though. 45,000 miles. Let's see, this one's a 70,000 mile warranty. Performance rating 3.2. He does? Okay, these are like some brands I've never even heard of though. So look at this one. It's 70,000. Get total price. That's what I'm talking about.
I made it. I didn't fall.
All right, let me show that. All right. Michael Nellis. What network is he on besides YouTube? Is it just YouTube? Premieres at 4 o'clock. Who's he with? Ooh, he did get Martin Shkreli. See you in chat, Anna. See you in chat. I'll bring that up real quick. I gotta go to the bathroom. So move that up, and then we'll up here. Let's get something playing while I go pie. There we go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Karine Jean-Pierre is getting triggered, and you know what? I don't blame her. I too would probably be crumbling under all the lies, all the fake news scaffolding that continues to collapse above her head. This week, Karine Jean-Pierre tackles the border crisis, and the whole thing, honestly, everything I'm going to show you is a perfect example as to why legacy politicians, corporate Democrats, corporate Republicans, these establishment career politician clowns are simply freaking useless. Can't do anything, will never get the job done. Let me show you guys exactly what I mean by that. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so Alejandro Mayorkas has been under some serious scrutiny recently. Of course, with good reason. Title 42 is expiring May 11th, and so the southern border is going to be a complete cluster. And now the other day when Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about the border, she was going on and on about just how successful Joe Biden's been on the issue. She made this pitch.
He has tools that he's used to make sure that we do this. We actually deal with the immigration system in a humane way, and in a way that is that actually deals with what we're seeing at the border. And that's why you've seen the parolee program be so successful. When it comes to illegal migration, you've seen it come down by more than 90%, and that's because of the actions that this president has taken.
Illegal immigration came down 90%. She's referring specifically to one program, but we'll get into that later. When challenged on that, however, from Fox News' Peter Doocy, Karine kind of snapped.
You said yesterday that when it comes to illegal migration, you've seen it come down by more than 90%. Where did that number come from? Because
I was
CBP
speaking.
is telling us the number is.
I hear you. I'm about to answer. I'm about to
this
answer you.
fiscal year so far.
If the dramatics could come down just a little bit. If the dramatics could come down a little bit.
What's dramatic about asking a question about?
Okay, I'm going to answer. So I was speaking to the parolee program. As you know, the president put in place a parolee program to deal with certain countries on ways that we can limit illegal migration, and we have seen the data.
Freeman's got a new video too.
Down by more than 90%.
Which means more to me than this.
No, we're going to go. We're going to move. Go ahead.
Sources say agents barged in, handcuffed and interrogated the pilot for more than 45 minutes and put him in the shower. Nearly an
Put him in the
hour
shower.
later, sources say they
put him in the shower.
Thank you for calling the FBI Boston Division's Office of Public Affairs. Record your message after the tone. When you've finished, you can hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, how you doing this afternoon? Hey, I go by Jim Johnson. I was calling to get some more information about the airline pilot that was interrogated in his room, and I had heard that you guys stuffed him in the shower to interrogate him, and I'm very intrigued by this, and wanting to know exactly what the strategy is and why he's stuffed in the shower. I mean, I'm wondering, is he being waterboarded, or is he being given a sponge bath and maybe tickle tortured to get him to talk? Or I mean, it sounds very odd. It also sounds very sensual. Not gonna lie, I'm very interested. If you could please give me a call back. My number's 4. Hey everybody. So recently I've shown you guys a few videos of cops breaking into the wrong house, raiding the wrong house, arresting the wrong people. I see comments from time to time on different police accountability videos where cops have acted up and entire departments are acting inappropriately, and I see comments saying, oh, call the DOJ or call the FBI. And I don't want to be mean, so I just leave the comments. I don't respond to them. But if you have any idea what the DOJ is like and what the FBI is like,
You wouldn't.
your horrible, your worst local police department, you're better off with them than with the FBI or the DOJ. Federal police agencies are absolutely horrible. And what I mean by that is really everything that police do that we consider wrong, breaking into the wrong house, lying on reports, making up stories, maliciously prosecuting people who have not done anything wrong. The FBI takes the cake on this. All right. They are, but besides that, they are actually some of the dumbest government employees ever. And don't get me wrong. When I say they're dumb, don't think that means they're not dangerous, because they are very, very dangerous. But they are dumb as dirt. I mean, they are stupid. which is really why they end up having to make up so many lies and manipulations to try to prosecute people, because they notoriously lie. They notoriously lie. They don't wear body cams like your local police do. They fight heavily against it.
What is
I've heard
that?
of
TikTok?
instances where FBI are
Facebook?
working with the local police, and
No, Twitter.
and I don't know if it's true or
Got a
not,
blue
but
check mark there.
have heard that they'll tell the local police when they're working with them, hey, when you're working with us, there are no
No,
body
that's
cams.
Facebook.
You guys need to leave your body cams off while you're working with us. I'm sure someone in the comments will confirm or deny the truth of that. But let's get into today's video. Recently, the FBI, in conjunction with the Army in Boston, Massachusetts, broke into the wrong hotel room. Now, what was going on here is they're doing a training, allegedly. They say they're doing a training, and in this training, they're supposed to break into a hotel room and interrogate the person inside. Well, somehow, somehow they got the wrong information, and during their training, they broke into the wrong hotel room, detained, allegedly handcuffed, and allegedly interrogated an innocent person who had just been sleeping in their hotel room. Check this out. So this was shared by Spike Cohen on Facebook, who I follow. Check this out.
We begin with breaking news that the WBZI team reported first on CBS News Boston. FBI agents barging into the wrong room at the Revere Hotel in Boston during what it says was a training exercise. An unsuspecting airline pilot was inside that room and was handcuffed and questioned before agents finally realized the mistake.
WBZ Chief Investigator Cheryl Fiandaca broke this story that you saw first here on WBZ and has the latest on this major mix-up.
Eastland by the Revere Hotel, 2 Delta pilots had people claiming to be FBI agents barge into their room and handcuff them to the bathroom.
It played out like a scene out of a movie. FBI agents working with the Department of Defense barged into a room on the 15th floor of the Revere Hotel on Stewart Street in Boston. The FBI says it happened just before midnight on Wednesday. Agents banged on the door to room 1505. Inside was a sleeping Delta Airlines pilot who was a guest at the hotel. He opened the door, and sources say agents barged in, handcuffed and interrogated the pilot for more than 45 minutes and put him in the shower. Nearly an hour later, sources say they
put him in the shower. it's it's really not even funny. Well, obviously it's funny to me because I can't control my laughter. But put him in the shower? What the hell are you guys doing? What the?
Real life.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, the FBI is far worse, far more of a disgrace, far more of an embarrassment than the worst police department out there in the United States. I guarantee it. It's just that they don't wear body cams, and so we don't see as much of their screw-ups.
As their mistake, took the cuffs off and released him. The FBI says agents were conducting a training operation and a mock interrogation to simulate what a Department of Defense employee deployed overseas could encounter. The pilot notified hotel security, who called Boston police. The I-team obtained the Boston police report that shows responding officers wearing body cameras were told law enforcement agents were in fact training in the building.
Could you send me EMS?
EMS was called to evaluate the pilot, who refused treatment. The I-team spoke to that pilot by phone, who told us he couldn't talk about what happened. We reached out to the FBI, who told us in a statement, based on inaccurate information, they were mistakenly sent to the wrong room and detained an individual, not the intended role player. Thankfully, nobody was injured.
Based on inaccurate information, they went to the wrong room. It's a training exercise.
No.
What the heck? How do you screw up this bad? It's not even a real scenario. It's not even a real scenario. It's a training. And this is how bad they screw up in training. And I'm sure they'll say, well, this is why we train, so that stuff like this doesn't happen in the real world. This is the real world. And you know what? I believe it happens all the time. We need body cams on FBI. Because I'll tell you what, if you think stupid cops are entertaining, if we put body cams on FBI, we will have endless, hilarious content of absolute stupidity. If the FBI had body cams on them and we got to see on a regular basis what they're doing, they would lose so much respect and credibility. They are absolutely a joke.
And there are still a lot of questions involving this incident, including why were federal agents conducting training exercises at a hotel filled with guests who had no idea what was happening?
Oh,
and did the hotel...
And not just the FBI, the DOD. This was the FBI along with Army. The Army conducting operations in the U.S. in a hotel filled with civilians. I mean, this stinks even worse.
That's
I don't know.
amendment violation.
You know, come to think of it, was it really a training exercise? I'm kind of questioning at this point whether it was even a training exercise or whether it was the real deal. And they really were trying to bust into somebody's hotel room and interrogate them, and it just so turns out that they happened to get the wrong hotel room. I question whether this was even a training exercise at all.
Impact employment. How can I help you?
Well, there you go, guys. For everybody who says, hey, you know, call in the FBI,
Okay.
call in the DOJ, don't. I am begging you, don't call in the FBI, don't call in the DOJ, call in your neighbors.
You mean on Indeed?
Government, when your rights are being violated.
Did you go to our website and do that application?
Record it, publish it.
Okay,
call
super.
Your neighbors
When would you be available to come to the office and do an interview? Okay. Well, unfortunately, we're booked up for this. I can bring you in Monday at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. I'm sorry. All right. You know where the office is? All right. Do you want me to shoot you a text with the address? Yes. Yep, 317 West Front Street. All right. Just come in and ask for me, and be good to go. Okay, that'll work. I mean, as long as I can get a good cutaway on the picture, you should be fine. Yeah, but they want one that's not expired. All right. I'll see you Monday. Have a good weekend. Bye. All right. That was hilarious. Shit's funny. No, it wasn't live. Oh, geez. I'm not even going to look at that. Try TV's live again. He hasn't been live in forever. He did a lot of coverage of those, the trucker convoys and stuff. Amendment fail. Hank Adair, Director of Farmington, New Mexico.
On Thursday, April 28th at around midnight, I was walking toward a police interaction when I noticed a person creating a disturbance. I documented the situation for a moment before I was approached by an aggressive, ignorant, possibly intoxicated fake cowboy. He told me to turn off my camera.
Turn the camera on. No. Fine. I'll walk to the officer and ask him to turn the camera on.
Oh, go ahead. And when I refused, he immediately tattled to the nearest officer.
Is there anything I can do about this? was trying to film me for defending you guys.
The officers exclaimed that there is nothing they can do and advised him to walk away.
Well, I'll check
Just walk away.
Yeah, cool.
Idiot! The fake cowboy Karen then returned to his dangerously drunk friend and continued creating a disturbance in full view of the police.
You want to see something?
You're not prison.
This continued for about 30 minutes before a man showed up to pick up the duo.
Hey, you on the camera.
What?
Dylan, I got this. Come here.
Then, when they were about to leave, the fake cowboy snuck up behind me and grabbed my equipment, yanking it towards him and throwing it into the street. He then casually went to sit in the getaway car. I began to document the getaway vehicle when he threatened to break my camera again, admitting that he did it once before.
I'll break it again.
Dude, you're gonna get sued.
I don't care. I don't have
sued.
anything to my name. I'll break it. Get the thing out of my face.
The vehicle left soon after. Alright, damage report. This is the camera right here.
Damn.
And you can see this stand is pretty well ripped off. The mount right here. I don't know what's going on with that. It's pretty well jacked up right there. The only way to charge this thing is through this cable, and you can see the cable is supposed to go in this hole. It's supposed to go in this hole right here, but you can see he ripped it out. It was ripped out in the little charging port right there. So there's no way to charge this. Battery door cover is supposed to go in here and stay in there. And battery dropped out. I haven't even tried to,
I will admit,
turn it on, just because I don't want it like exploding or anything on me. Battery, the cable, and the battery door cover. That's all of that. It's pretty jacked up. Then we have the battery pack. I've had this for a while. This was thrown in the street. You can see it's pretty messed up. There's not supposed to be that big thing right there. It's supposed to be closed, like on this side. That's what it should look like without that big old stuff right there. It shouldn't have that. So this thing took some real damage. You can see it actually still has a charge, but the ports are all out of whack. So this might be functioning, but it's severely damaged. So same deal with the camera. It might actually be functioning, but it's just really damaged. And then we have the scanner. The scanner took a big fall. This case broke off. This is not supposed to come off like that. Broke off. It took some scuffs. That scuff, it's kind of scuffed up from the fall. So that's the scanner, and this is functioning too, but it's definitely damaged. The charging port is damaged. You can see one of the pins is gone, and that's from when he tore out the battery pack. He it was plugged in, so it yanked the charging port down and discombobulated the pins in there. It's not charging correctly ever since the incident. So it's scuffed up, still functioning, but damaged. I actually tried to fix this. You could see this mount right here. It's got a slight bend in it. It was worse. It was worse than this, and I really should have documented it before I bent it back, but I wanted to use it. So,
baby, I'm not accepting no apologies from no grown adults that do it.
Last but not least, the grip on my monopod was torn open. He really there was a clamp on here, and he was just, really ripping it open. So it's got some big damages, scratches, and everything. These, the grip release, the pull release are not the same. These like slide now. Ever since he tried to yank it out of my hands. So yeah, they're not functioning. They're not functioning great, but it's still operational. Now, 5 days later, despite having video footage, a license plate number, multiple witnesses, a first name, and a confession, I have not been made aware of any arrests, and I have gotten no updates. I know if I had the ability to run license plates, I'm sure I would have cracked the case on the same day this occurred. Are they taking their time because this person admittedly defends the police? I'll be sure to keep everyone updated when I get more info. Thanks for watching. More to come.
I'll break it again. Dude, you're gonna get sued, man. I don't care. You're gonna get sued. I don't have anything in my name. I'll break it. Get the thing out of my face.
Okay. It's exciting. Where are we at with Michael Nellis? We're getting close. I'm probably just going to watch it while I do some running around. All right. I think the only computer I had that set up was an alternate one. So. I'm pretty sure Michael Nellis is on some other networks, though. Let me see, show more. I know he's on. Well, there's this link tree right there. Oh, it's Martin Shkreli's. Nothing. Nothing on his link tree. There we go. White pill, blah, blah, blah. YouTube, locals. Yeah, I'm not subscribed to his locals, so. Subscribe to enough of them for now. How do you log into multiple accounts on your phone? Well, there it is. Add existing accounts. Bam. Bam. Twitter. Yeah. All right. At least I got. All right. Easy peasy. No file. So this isn't live? Premiere. All right.
The White Pill is available now at whitepillbook.com. This episode is brought to you by Patriot Gold.
There it is.
Good afternoon, Michael Malice here. Let that be your welcome for the next hour. I am kind of ecstatic about our next guest because this has been Martin Shkreli is here. He is kind of an internet legend, and I'm really excited to talk to him. For those who don't know, Martin, I actually made it a point not to look up the details of your case because you are one of those people who've had to live, I don't know, I want to say maybe not nightmare, maybe it is nightmare, but you're someone who's been basically tried in public, in that people have this whole narrative about you and your life, which I'm sure in some kind of Plato's cave version is analogous to the facts of the case, but they've constructed this whole persona and biography about you, and now you basically have to live it. The narrative is that you're this kind of rich kid, you bought some kind of drug, you jacked up the price to some crazy result. It's either an AIDS drug or a diabetes drug, depending on the narrative. As a result of this, poor people couldn't afford it and they're dying. You're smirking all the way. You get arrested, you go to jail. I bet you literally 99% of people, if you ask them why you went to jail, they would not even begin to give you a hypothesis. But they don't care because you fit into this kind of character that people who grew up with movies and TV have, where you're kind of the villain in a John Cusack movie, and this guy's too big for his own britches, and good, let him get his comeuppance. The one part of your biography I do know is you did not come from money. You grew up your parents are immigrants. You grew up in Sheepshead Bay. I grew up in Bensonhurst, which was very much a sister neighborhood to that. It's hardly Park Avenue, to put it mildly. And in fact, to show you what kind of Brooklyn cred I have, I'm going to show you something right here that's going to mean something to you, but not to everyone else. Can you see what this is?
Of course, yes.
Did you ever go there?
Of course.
So Del Mar is one of the legit pizzerias in Brooklyn. This card is so old, it doesn't even have the area code on it. But let me assure everyone listening to this, Sheepshead Bay is not some bougie place. It's deep in Brooklyn. So can you talk a bit about what that's like in terms of, first of all, there's no reason people even know who you are. You know, you were just basically plucked out and just fit into this story that journalists want to write. Can you explain like how divergent what I just described is to what the actual story is?
Yeah, I mean, it's very surreal. You know, you kind of, I mean, when we grew up, you know, I think we're the same age, from the same place, basically. You know, I used to watch Peter Jennings on ABC News, and like, he was this like very authoritative, serious figure, and I believed everything he said. And I'm wondering if like maybe I was just young and stupid.
Yes,
and
you
then,
were.
like,
Yes.
it was just
They've been lying for a century. Remember the Spanish-American War? It's been yellow journalism ever since.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know if I was just a mark as a child. I didn't know better, you know, I just didn't know any better. Or if is it that transparent today, what the news is? I just got a message from Politico, and maybe, you know, it's up to you as to whether to keep this or not, but Politico just wrote me that they're writing a hit piece, most likely, about my relationship with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Okay.
And who you had on just the other day, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there like, I don't really have much of a relationship with him. I mean, he and I were like literally in the exact same field in on Wall Street, you know, 10 years ago or something. So like, of course we know each other, but I don't talk to him or anything. You know, maybe, you know, once every couple of years I say, how are you doing, or something like that. But you know, we're not friends by any stretch of the imagination. We don't hang out. I've never met his wife, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just like this kind of like pulling at all possible.
No, it's the other one.
You know, again,
I just logged into it on my phone too, so I had it on my phone too.
But I can't
That's
even
my
respond to this
indoctrination
person because I
one.
know what, you know, what'll happen. You know, they sort of will sit down and they're not interested in the truth. They're interested in whatever can manufacture clicks, whatever can manufacture kind of, you know, attention.
Do you think it's a clicks and attention? Don't you think they're just trying to take him down now that he's getting some momentum? Yeah.
You know, there's that overriding agenda, for sure. But like, you know, there's probably more legitimate ways to sort of have a gripe with Vivek's policy than to sort of drag me into it. Like, you know, it's sort of sad.
You're
But
not
to me,
exactly running. Sorry to interrupt you, but if I'm just some rando and I read this article, it sounds like if he becomes president, you're running like HHS. That's the impression I would get
That's
from this
probably
article.
the implication they're going to draw. And, you know, it's funny because Vivek never was a part of any drug price increase thing that I ever did. He and his firm invested in our companies and did it really well based on our innovation, where we did research and stuff like that, because this was like my first company. And, you know, we created a brand new drug for kidney disease. Very few people talk about that. So, you know, if I just ran on this like platform in pharma of just like buying drugs and raising prices, I don't think Vivek would have invested, and I don't think his firm would have invested. What was amazing about Vivek is that he was like 26, working at this gigantic hedge fund and managing, you know, like over $1 billion at that age, and he was good at it. Which like, there's nobody on Wall Street that's like that. Like today, over the last 10 or 20 years, the guy was a phenom. And let me tell you something, it's not easy to do. It's not easy politically, because those older guys are trying to, you know, they don't like you know, waltzing in and, you know, trying to take their capital. It's not easy intellectually. It's one of the hardest games in the world, you know, trying to pick what stock's going to go up. And, you know, he managed to make it work. So kudos to him, you know, and I have nothing but respect for him. And like I said, I think he's like a very principled guy. If you look at what he's done in pharma, it's pretty different from what I did on the commercial side. On the research side, we did kind of similar things, but Vivek's responsible for like a number of great new medicines coming out. He's a really smart, principled guy. So I feel bad that like I just got this email like literally a couple hours ago, and I'm just like, I know, just as terrible to your question, like, I know what the media does. Like, they try to, you know, depending on what side they're aligned to, they just try to sort of spin a narrative. And in the old days, again, I don't know if I was just an idiot kid or not, but I kind of believed the news. And, you know, today it's impossible to, you know, knowing how it works, being the subject of news articles, you just sort of sit there and say, how does the average person like even possibly get the truth from anywhere? It's not possible. So for me, like, I don't even know where to start in terms of like correcting the record. But, you know, my sort of spiel is, you know, again, I'm an Albanian immigrant. New York's a melting pot for sure, but Albania is a very small country. There's only 2 million of us. So I hesitate to say that like we're a minority or something like that, because it's Eastern Europe, and I don't know how far you need to be to like become not white or like not Caucasian. I really don't know any of those politics or how that works. I mean, I guess because my skin is white, that makes me like this like generic American like spoiled person. But
As some from the Soviet Union, the Albanians aren't exactly bougie. You know,
No.
it is very much a kind of like the equivalent of maybe the Irish in Eastern Europe, to put it mildly.
To put it mildly, I mean, it's the poorest country in Europe. My parents, you know, live in mountains. You know, the only thing there is just rocks and mountains, and it's, you know, it started to become a bit of a vacation spot, but Albania's about as rough and tumble as it gets. And it's like, I feel very weird being colored as like, you know,
wasp.
Yeah, like it's just nuts. Like our parents came here, didn't speak English. They had to do odd jobs. My parents did sanitation stuff, managerial stuff, doorman, those kinds of things, to make ends meet, while, you know, their 4 kids tried to succeed in New York. And it sickens me that like I automatically get this like step down because, you know, there's something about my skin color that somehow has given me this great advantage. And it's like, I don't feel like I'm like this mainstream, you know, Caucasian person. If I grew up, you know, as a first generation or second generation or third generation, instead of what I am, which is a barely first generation. My sister is 2 years older. She was born in Albania. So like we came here without anything. I mean, the clothes off our back, and had to work hard to sort of make something out of, you know, anything. And it's extremely competitive environment here in New York, as you know, and fighting to go to Stuyvesant or Hunter or whatever, which is the closest thing you can get to even a small approximation of what wealthy kids get at Dalton and Collegiate and these schools in New York that cost more than your average college or more than your average Ivy League school. And kids like Epstein, you know, Epstein taught at Dalton, but like the kids that can afford to go there because their parents are CEOs and stuff like that, you know, we had to compete with that kind of education by attending these public schools where we were in the top 1% of New York students to get that free education, because our parents didn't have any concept of paying for education. So it was like such a slap in the face when people say, I'm like Charlemagne the God said I was privileged on his show. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, you don't know anything about me. You know, it's the average Albanian in New York.
In his head, you're the villain of a John Cusack movie. You're that ski instructor who's sitting there smirking, you know, rolling up in the limo while the poor guy's trying to fight for the girl, and you've had it easy all your life. I mean, the extent to which people buy into narratives that are in the media in terms of perceiving literal human beings is insane. If you ask anybody what kind of a job does a policeman do on a day-to-day basis, they would think of NYPD Blue, or they would think of these, you know, cop shows, knowing full well that these shows are only tangentially related to reality, but that's their only basis for figuring things out. So they see someone with a smirk, it's like, oh, okay, like A, B, and C must necessarily follow.
Yeah, I remember, I'm just thinking back to all the moments I had growing up where I had no money and wanted to do things, and, you know, had to ask my parents, who, again, the thing about the old country is that, like, the idea of money going to any children is like, you know, just nonsense. You know, like you provide food for your kids and that's it. So like the idea of like an allowance or like any of these American customs are like very anathema. And like, so like when I wanted something as a high school student, I really had to go crazy to justify it. And all the other kids in high school had money. You know, it just was like a given. Even kids who are in similar economic circumstances. But for my parents, it was just like, you know, it's not something that we really subscribe to because we're from Albania, and, you know, the customs there are very, very unusual and different and difficult. And, you know, so I started working at 16, working for a hedge fund, which most people can't get into a hedge fund now, even with an MBA and 2 years of, working at Goldman Sachs. But I used my intellect and charm to get in. I worked there for 4 or 5 years. This was with Jim Cramer and his fund and his colleagues. And then I went to a very, very big hedge fund, again, extremely prestigious. And I fought hard. I beat 99% of people each time to get to that, top coveted spot. And I worked like an animal to do it. So, and I didn't make any money for that whole period, right? Like I only started making money as an entrepreneur when I risked life and limb for my businesses. So this is what the American way is supposed to be, right? And I think you have people who are out there who want to attack it, whether it's politics or the appendage they have, which is the media, that tends to want to sort of take the American dream and shift it to one of this like amorphous equal opportunity that's so equal nobody ever gets anything anyway. So like I sometimes wonder if like even if we have a system that rations kind of this opportunity and luck to a few, I wonder if that's still better, even if you admit that and concede that, which I'm not sure is true, that it's not really a meritocracy, which I'm convinced it is. That even if it is kind of that random lottery drawing, I still think that's better than communism. I still think that's better than a handout state, that just sort of distributes and redistributes money needlessly and endlessly. So I don't know, like I think the media's lies about me are somewhat well documented, but probably some of the frustrating ones were the coming from a background of wealth. Probably the biggest frustrating one was this is a guy who raised his prices and that's it. We didn't make any money from Daraprim, the extremely rarely used medicine for toxoplasmosis. I never had anything to do with insulin or EpiPen or any of those things. I never made those drugs, never will.
I never get these sponsorship emails answered in time.
If you sort of like sweep away the price.
They keep saying I have a sponsorship offer, and as soon as I log in,
his side of the story, let's not even listen to it. It's not even worth, him having one sentence in. Even if you accept that, my price increase stuff was like 5%, maybe 5 or 10% of my career in pharma. So like, what about the other 90%, right? It's almost like you're only known for the one bad thing you did, and the other, part of your career, is irrelevant. And that's frustrating as well, because I do have a good story for that 5% or 10% on the price side. I have a really good story that makes sense to me and makes sense to most people I tell it to, but I usually don't get the time of day to explain. But the other 90% of my career, I made lots of great medicines. I was one of the first pioneers developing ketamine for suicidality. I got FDA wonderful. Yeah, it's a wonder drug.
I mean, I have had friends, and this also works with ketamine was used as a horse tranquilizer. Then in the 90s, it was used recreationally. In fact, it's the first drug I ever tried. I've never told this story. I'll tell it now. I tried it because I was scared of doing weed because that's for hippies. But this you snort, so this was my way of being cool. And the person who I did it with was Scarlett Johansson's brother because he was dealing it. I didn't do that much. I didn't go into a K-hole, but I felt like a little badass. This was right out of college. But now, now that it's been destigmatized, in some ways kind of resets the brain. I'm not a scientist, of course. But when you have these vets who come back, they don't come back the same way. And one of the answers is just give them to Pfizer and they're treating the symptoms all their lives. But it's like you're not treating the cause. Whereas drugs like ketamine, in my understanding, often kind of give that brain a reset and they could have some semblance of normalcy instead of having to constantly treat a lifetime of suicidal ideation and PTSD. Folks, experts say that China is hoarding a massive amount of food. They'll soon have over 2/3 of the globe's corn reserves, over half its rice, and over half its wheat. But when asked about it, China lies. One China expert said, they, of course, will never admit to doing something like that. Well, what does China know that we don't? When it comes to global food shortages, China is the canary in the coal mine. You see, China is the world's #1 food importer. They rely on the rest of the world to keep their people fed, so they can't afford to mess up or there'll be riots, civil panics, or even worse, when over 1 billion people can't eat. So what does this mean for Americans? 2 words, food shortages. That's why it's a smart idea to stock up on a kit of the best-selling 4 Patriots survival food. You can create your own stockpile of the best-selling 4 Patriots survival food kits, which are hand-packed in the USA. They're compact and stacked easily, and they have delicious different breakfasts, lunches, and dinners. And their 5-star reviews on the website rave about the flavor and taste. Right now, you get 10% off of 4 Patriots survival survival food by typing in the code MALICE at checkout. Go to 4Patriots, that's the number 4, 4patriots.com, use code MALICE to get 10% off your first purchase of 4Patriots survival food. That's 4patriots.com, use code MALICE. Folks, cold turkey may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits.
I gotta go
I'm not
through
talking
these.
about some weird mind voodoo from my crazy neighbor. You know who it is. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume, F-U-M, and they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong, so instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? And Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air, and instead of harmful chemicals, they use all natural, delicious flavors. You get it. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. And your Fume comes with an adjustable airflow dial and is designed with movable parts and magnets for fidgeting. So it gives your fingers a lot to do, which is helpful for de-stressing and anxiety while breaking your habit. Stopping is something a lot of people put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason it can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com and use code MALICE to save 10% when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com, use code MALICE to save 10% off your order today. You know Dave Smith and his very failed podcast and how he's always playing around with that device of his? Do you want to be like him? Of course not. It's a disaster. Tryfume.com, use promo code MALICE, and get control of your bad habit. Don't be like Dave. Let's get back to the show.
Yeah, so it started out at Yale. A couple of very smart people at Yale tried ketamine on their patients, both by IV and intranasal. It was most remarkable antidepressant ever, and they were just like, this was around 2011. It's Carlos Zarate's group over there, and they just were confused as to what was happening. So they tried to give like other anesthetics, and they didn't see the same result. And then they said, well, you can't really take this stuff by mouth because of the way the molecule is. So
Okay.
IV kind of sucks. So let's try intranasal. And we, in this small startup from New Brunswick, New Jersey called Johnson & Johnson, you heard of them. We started racing, so fly-by-night guys. We started racing with them to get FDA approval. They won the race. The whole time
Yes.
I was told, this isn't worth it. It's an off-patent drug. Don't develop it. You can't make money on it. Which, first of all, I didn't think was true. It is an off-patent drug, but you can still find ways to sort of make money on
I
it.
am up all the way.
And there's a lot of these drugs lying around that, are kind of old, but like they still, the people deserve a chance. And depression runs in my family. There's lots of people I met over the years that are severely depressed, and Prozac just doesn't do the trick.
Yeah.
It's a pretty shitty drug, so it's all we got. So this thing's like 10x Prozac and has pretty much no side effects if you use it kind of as directed. And as they found a smaller dose actually tends to work, which you don't need to go into the full-blown K-hole, which is kind of amazing. So Johnson & Johnson got approval. They call it Spravato, and they're actually selling a ton of it, which is good for them, good for America, good for everyone, in my opinion. I'm not an anti-pharma guy. I am the farmer bro, so you're not going to get the conspiracies out of me. I think J&J most of the time is trying to do the right thing and making medicines that help people, and this is undoubtedly one of them. Pharma doesn't always get it right, but at the same time, like the people in pharma are real people. They have family with cancer. They want them treated, they want them cured. So I think that ultimately, we lost the race. This drug that I developed is still in phase 3. It'll probably be approved in a year or two, which isn't always the end of the world. But regardless, that was a big effort of mine. The people within my own company didn't want to do it because they thought that we couldn't make enough money due to patent expiry. Like you said, ketamine has been around since the 60s, so you can't really get a patent on it. But you get some little side benefits that, you still get like a couple of years no matter what. So anyway, like I did that. I got a drug FDA approved for kidney disease. That's a brand new drug, never would have happened without me. So people suffering from a certain kind of kidney disease are benefiting from that. But nobody wants to talk about any of that. I invented a brand new drug that we put in clinical trials. So I unlike almost every other drug CEO, I actually know a lot about discovering drugs and making medicine from scratch, where a lot of these guys are like lawyers or like something like that. I think I won't throw stones at specific people, but you can look into the backgrounds of your favorite pharma CEOs and take a look if they were actually drug discovery people or they maybe are masquerading. And so I even got shade from my own industry. And I'm just like, what are you guys are throwing stones at me? Are you kidding me? And so I made this website. It's now no longer on the web, but it was called pharmaskeletons.com. And I named every single company's like dirty laundry. And I was just like, every one of you fuckers has done something like this. But now that the spotlight's on me, I'm the sort of sacrificial lamb. And listen, it never bothered me that Lauren Duca would come at me, or random celebrities like Stephen Colbert or whatever. Like, go ahead, I'm not scared of you guys. What worries me is that when the government uses their apparatuses to go after you, and you didn't do anything wrong. I have thick skin. All the left-wing celebrities in the world can make fun of me. I'll dish it right back out. I'm from Brooklyn. That's the rule of the street there. It's the rule of the street, my mind. So when Hillary Clinton did it to me, I said, I'm not going to take this lying down. I'm going to make fun of her. I'm going to make fun of Bernie, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, and if anyone, Republicans too, who are mysteriously very quiet about this. But I asked a friend who was in the White House at the time. Obama's in charge. And I said, I'm not hearing anything from Obama or Biden. And he said, Martin, they're not running for election. I said, if they're running for election, they'd have your name in lights. And it was election year, so Hillary and them were doing their best. And I honestly think it backfired. I actually think that it wasn't exciting enough for left-wing voters to say, oh, is Hillary and Bernie really going to stop a guy like this? And it actually sort of looped around where people like Milo, who I was and am still friends with, people like, and I don't know what your guys' relationship is, people like that who are like more right-wing provocateurs who are younger and like, quite frankly, were kind of inspiring. And like Milo used to say, they're kind of like punk rock in a lot of ways. Like the defiance is cool. The willingness of someone like myself to throw a rock at the system and say, fuck you. That's something that Kurt Cobain would do, right? That's something that, and I actually talked to Courtney Love about this. Like, that's something that the rebel says, I'm not letting you, put my name in the dirt. I'm never going to let you do that. If you're going to have to take me, you're going to have to drag me down physically and beat me up if you're going to do that. And, they were willing to do that. But what I didn't expect is like the willingness of the rest of government, what some would call the deep state or whatever. And you could put me in one of those categories of people that didn't think that existed, right? Until I met it face to face, and it was really alarming to see things like the FTC, the DOJ, even the IRS, even places that really have nothing to do with anything, sort of get militarized in a way to like attack against one person. And it's such an alarming, scary thing that the state can wake up and say, whoa, this guy's a bug in the system. We don't want this guy. And
I don't understand how, as an Albanian, this was something where you're like, oh, this happens.
It was an expectation that the America we hear about and read about when we're children is real. And I think that like this very naive, like, I don't know about you. I went to the school PS 197 that Bernie Sanders incidentally also attended. And like, we had all the patriotic stuff. We had to say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, which is probably considered racist now. We had to like sing all these songs and like do all this stuff that's like, very American. It was first Gulf War, so it was like tie yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. Military is the best. WWF was doing like anti like Middle Eastern tropes. Like this was a time when like America was America, and that's not a good thing, by the way, but they were running with stuff like that. And, I was really, spellbound by this freedom of speech and, even things like search and seizure, which are supposed to be illegal and, stuff like that. And then, you realize it's all farce in some ways. If the system wants to get you, they'll bend and break every single rule. And when I say they, it's still so stupid to me to say that because there is no they, there's no person, there's no, like, the government is millions of people, right? Which is, as Vivek is trying to, point out, is kind of a problem. But those millions of people are not one person. I mean, some of them, feel a certain way and some of them don't. So there's this, I think, this incentive system really that's the root of the problem. It's not so much that there's a they, that there's some clandestine group of like shadowy superpower people. These are relatively normal people. They're not people I like or people maybe that you like, or maybe people that are listening.
I'm not sure what email
they're normal people that have families. They work for government, yes. So we have something against them, but in general, like, I don't think they're evil cabal. I think that they have some weird incentive they have to respond to, though, where it's either someone above them wants something, or something in the case that I've examined, where there are people that think they can use or take an action that may help them more than it helps. They basically subordinate the needs of the country to their needs. And I think whenever you have that agent manager problem or agent owner problem where the United States has appointed you as an agent of the country and it trusts in you to do the right thing for the country, but instead you take that power and say, I'm going to do the right thing for me. And if it just so happens to coincide with the country, yeah, well, whatever, I'll think about that later. And we see every senator, every House of Representative person, and every deep state person, even more so because they're unelected, they run amok with that power and say, well, it's my power, I don't have to sort of earn it, And I think that's kind of the thing that scared me the most, being, a lot of people said, Martin, I wouldn't want to be in front of the Senate or Congress. I'm like, that'd be great. I'd love to give them a piece of my mind. What an opportunity. Most people can't get in front of a senator, let alone 10 or 12 of them in one afternoon. Man, I would love that. Bring me there tomorrow. I'll give them a C-SPAN they'll never forget. But, that's just me. Most people would be deathly afraid of it. But the thing I was not deathly afraid of, but frustrated by was the DOJ, the FTC, all these people just saying, how do we use our power against this guy?
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not the first or the last, whether it's the January 6 people or any other example you can think of a quote unquote political prisoner, whether it's Dinesh D'Souza, who gets, did he go to jail? I forget.
He went to jail.
Yeah, he did a little bit of time over a campaign finance thing, which is like, you can accidentally break one of those things. It's like, it's so ridiculous. And again,
there's not exactly a threat to the community. There's no one there was no concern that Dinesh D'Souza is going to go on a kind of murder rampage, to put it mildly.
We have to. I think they say deterrence.
Yeah, right.
It's like you have to deter someone from spending $4,000 instead of $2,000. God forbid, because that's what's going to win your fucking election. I also noticed, like, I have a friend who's going to be running for Congress, and they're very young, which I think is a great thing because Congress is just full of old people that have no clue what's going on. And it's a very dangerous thing. But anyway, the point I'm making is that this person told me that they raised the FEC threshold, I think, to like 3,300 from 2,800. And I'm like, if there's one thing the government keeps track of very closely is inflation for that. They haven't updated inflation for anything else. We got to fix that before we fix anything else. We got to make sure that money's coming in for our ads.
Let me just ask you, Stalin's last and most brutal dictator, executioner in many ways was Lavrenti Beria. I discuss him in my book. Then you write, The White Pill. And his most famous quote is, "Show me the man, I'll show you the crime." And it seems very clear in this case, if you were some kind of tax cheat, that's just the IRS. But the fact is they had you. The media made you out to be some kind of monster. And now it's like, all right, we've got the guy. Now we got to find something to pin on him. Like we're told in school, and obviously you're nowhere near as nefarious, even if everything about you is true, as Al Capone, right? He's clearly a murderer. This guy's a horrible person. The income tax is what they got him on. Now we could look at that as like, that's a great thing, but it's like, is it? Like the income, they didn't really get him for the crimes that he deserved to go to jail for. Can you actually just break down quickly this whole thing with that drug and jacking up the prices, and as a result of that, did a lot of people die because they couldn't afford the medication? Can you explain that, please?
Sure. So I think most people don't understand the pharma industry, just like I don't understand the mechanics industry, the auto mechanic industry. I don't understand the semiconductor industry, right? Like I know in general how they work, but like I've never worked a day in semiconductors. So for me to tell somebody in semiconductors how their business works would be insane. But we tend to want to like think that we know how something works if we're a consumer of a product. And we've all consumed Intel semiconductors, but none of us could, 99% of us can't tell you how they're made, at least in really close detail. So the thing about pharmaceuticals that almost nobody knows is that, I'll say we for a second, the royal we don't ever get paid cash by patients, right? Like every drug we sell to a distributor. The distributor pays us full cash for it. And then the distributor sort of has to spread that drug out to different pharmacies. The pharmacies negotiate with insurance. Insurance covers Daraprim 100%. And virtually any life-saving drug, and when I say life-saving, I mean literally life or death. You will die tomorrow without this medicine. Insurance, in my experience, has never said no to a medicine. It doesn't make sense for them politically. It doesn't make sense for them financially. the drug business is $500 billion business. They don't pay attention to small drugs like Daraprim. They just greenlight them and say, when this drug becomes $1 billion drug, which they call a blockbuster in our industry, then we'll think about whether or not we can limit its use. A drug that they'd limit use for is Ozempic, very playfully called Hozempic by Dasha at Red Scare. Ozempic is a weight loss drug that people inject to be even skinnier. More and more people who are using Ozempic are not overweight people. They're people like Kim Kardashian and other Hollywood actresses that are looking to basically be even thinner and lose as much weight as possible. Of course, there are heavy people as well who benefit from Ozempic, but this isn't a drug that's life or death for anyone. And insurance says to Ozempic, okay, you want to use this drug, you're going to have to pay like $100 copay, maybe even more, and that's it. And they only did that because Ozempic became such a big seller. Daraprim never became a big seller, never was destined to be a big seller, because it's for a very, very, very small number of people who get this very rare complication of HIV. So whenever you have a small selling product, insurance just says, not even worth our time. We deal with $500 billion of medicine, $4 trillion of aggregate healthcare spend, a drug that sells 10 million or 20 million or 50 million. It's not even worth setting up the rule in Excel to even manage it. So what they're really concerned with is, okay, if you want to see a specialist, you have to see a generalist first. That's the kind of rule like healthcare, insurance, and health management organizations are focused on, because that's a rule that applies to everyone. Setting up a rule for 2,000 people that take some random medicine doesn't make sense. So oftentimes, like, I would sit there, if somebody said, hey, Shkreli, how dare you do that? And I said, all right, well, what is the price that you think you should charge for that drug? Right. And they'd be like, oh, I don't really know how much drugs cost. And they'd throw out a number, and I'd say, okay, that's fine. But let me tell you about another company from Connecticut. They've got a nice drug. It's like a cure for this crazy rare disease. And I described it. I said, without this drug, you're probably going to die or have a very, very, very disabled life. And I said, well, what do you think this drug should cost? And they'd throw out a number, and I'd say the drug costs $600,000 a year. And they said, and this is sort of the next big mistake people made mentally. And again, I don't fault anyone for not understanding this. I do fault people for not being more Socratic and more inquisitive and saying, well, what about that? And asking questions of people that know what they're talking about. So that drug is called Soliris. It's $600,000 a year. And the obvious question there, I would often get, is how can anyone afford that? Insurance. People don't pay $600,000 for a drug. The insurance sort of spreads that cost out amongst all of us. And the reason it costs so much is only a handful of people have that disease. So the company can't even afford to make it unless they charge a huge amount. Now, if you were lose the genetic lottery and you happen to have that disease, paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria, a disease most doctors don't even know much about, then your life is in the tubes, you're gonna die, and you wish there was a company that made a medicine for you. It could be your son, it could be your daughter, it could be your cousin, it could be your best friend, it could be you. And you say, okay, well, does my life count? Just because I don't have diabetes, does it mean I have to die because there's no medicine? No, thankfully, there's a way to sort of say, well, if everyone pays $1, this thing is economical for the company, it's economical for you, it's economical for insurance. And again, this is not a big selling medicine that's bankrupting anyone. It's sort of half a blockbuster drug. It's doing well. Everyone's sort of happy. Nobody thinks saving these 3,000 or 4,000 people's lives that it saved is a bad thing. So Daraprim works a lot like that. Daraprim's only $75,000. And it's one time. That drug, you pay that Connecticut company every year.
Once. You take it once and you're done?
Once and you're done. It's for an infection. So
wow. They made it sound like you're paying this much every month. That's the impression I got.
It's $75K one time. And we also have all these discounts. So if you don't have insurance or somehow you're undocumented or it was, it is illegal not to have insurance in this country, thanks to President Obama. So it's I'm just sitting there saying who doesn't have, because I'd say look, every insurance carrier covers it. Call United Healthcare, call Aetna, call Anthem, they all cover it. And someone would say, Mr. Shkreli, what about people who don't have insurance? And I just feel like, okay, well, it's illegal not to have insurance. I know because I got the bill from the IRS for not having it. And if you don't have insurance and you have a reason, we'll give it to you for free. But 95% of America has healthcare insurance. So it's the 5% that don't have it are people so rich, they just say, I don't need to fucking pay it. I don't need Obamacare because I don't give a fuck. If you're Elon Musk or somebody like that, you don't have healthcare insurance. You don't give a shit. I didn't have healthcare insurance. I still don't. It's just not something that, crosses my mind, and, paying for a doctor's fee. you know, people that are fortunate enough to be in that position, or people who are really young and they're just like, you know what, I'm healthy, I don't need health insurance, but you still get that IRS surcharge. I don't know if they finally did away with this.
They repealed it. Republicans repealed it. Okay.
Yes. So, but you at one point in time, you'd get this surcharge if you didn't, you know, sign up for Obamacare, which is like constitutionally crazy. And I paid that surcharge once. I want my money back. But the crazy thing is, like I said, I mean, people don't understand how this industry works. Why would you, like, Socratically, why would you want to price a drug so high nobody can use it? Like, why would that benefit me at all as a rapacious capitalist? Like,
I mean, this also speaks to the whole idea that if you abolish the FDA, then everyone in the bars are going to be serving like poisonous moonshine, and all their customers are going to go blind. And it's just like, why would I, as a bartender, even once serve gin when good quality gin, which is privately verified, is readily available, to cause all my customers to go blind and kill themselves?
I'm the one libertarian or Republican that likes the FDA, so I'm like, it's the one part of government
Why do you
I
like
actually
the
wouldn't
FDA?
change, knowing it inside and out. Like, the people that work there are not deep state people. It's very interesting. Only the commissioner is. The people that work at CDER and CBER, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, they're actually really good people. Like, they're honest. They've been there forever, which in this case is a good thing. They're all doctors that care. They're like drug nerds. They love medicine.
Wait, hold on. I've got to push back on this a little bit based on what Vivek said. Okay, and maybe we can move on. You don't want to have to answer this question because of your job.
Oh, I'd love to.
Folks, your welcome is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. And let's face it, sometimes multitasking can be overwhelming, like when your favorite podcast is playing, the person next to you is talking, your car fan is blasting, all while you're trying to find the perfect parking spot. But then again, sometimes multitasking is easy, like quoting with Progressive Insurance. They do the hard work of comparing rates so you can find a great rate that works for you, even if it's not with them. Give their nifty comparison tool a try. You might just find getting the rate and coverage you deserve is easy. All you need to do is visit Progressive's website to get a quote with all the coverages you want, like comprehensive, collision coverage, or personal injury protection. Then you'll see a Progressive direct rate, and their tool will provide options from other companies all lined up and ready to compare, so it's simple to choose the rate and coverages you like. Press play on comparing auto rates, quote at progressive.com to join the over 29 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Let's get back to the show. I have a good friend, Chris. Shout out to Chris. And he's a big investor in healthcare. And his whole point to me was there are a lot of drugs that are currently in existence that, because of the onerous FDA trial situation, are not being able to be brought to market or to be tried on people. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, we can cure your cancer, but what are the long-term effects? And it's kind of like, well, I'm not worried about that. I don't have long-term effects right now. And Vivek made the point that the FDA is extremely political, that if you speak out against it, or if you are known to kind of be adversarial, they're very notorious for dragging their feet and being kind of punishing those people who speak out against them who in pharma. So it's really a good idea to talk about how great they are as opposed to criticize them, especially publicly. So I don't know if you're in a tricky position, but that's where's my impression.
So 3 or 4 different points, but they're all interesting. Some I agree with, some I violently disagree with.
So please, yeah.
I would say on the speak out against them thing, I'd say that's true. I don't have any axe to grind in drugs anymore, so I don't care. And I have spoken out against the FDA in the past. So like I've been even-handed on that. I do think if you're Pfizer or Merck, it's probably not in your best interest to like blast the FDA. I mean, I think that makes sense. Like they are the law when it comes to medicine. So I do think that makes sense. But many companies have said they disagree with the decision or whatever. So I think that's, partially true, partially common sense. Like, you don't want to insult like the place that, I mean, look, it's like sort of dealing with police or something. I mean, if every time you get pulled over, you try to have an argument with the police officer, probably goes better if you don't have an argument with the police officer. It's something like that, I think. So I would just put that there. Like, I don't think that's 1, unexpected, or 2, really problematic. You don't have to sing their praises. I'll say that. They don't expect that. And I think they were actually quite fair. I once had a big fight with them over a drug I was making for disease that strikes pediatric children, and it's very lethal. And I had 7 days of mouse data. And the guy there says, you need 28 days of mouse data. And I say, not for nothing, man. But like, as a scientist, that doesn't make a fucking difference. If these mice are living at 7 days, and they're healthy, or they're going to live at 28 days and they're healthy. I just happened to do the 7-day experiment. And the guy was just arbitrarily like, nah, you got to do the 28 days. We're not doing anything. Consider this, your drug's never coming to America. I'm just like, fucker, this whole thing's I'm a small company. This thing's going to take another 6 months.
While kids are currently dying.
While I have 3 kids in North Dakota or South Dakota who are dying, and this drug is proven safe at 7 days, they should be able to take this thing. And he's like, well, it's just a bureaucrat. And I'm like, fuck this guy. Those things do happen, but like by far and large, my experience with them was very good. And I had a lot of experience with them. If there's a life-saving medicine, they rush to get it FDA approved. The long-term side effect thing is not necessarily true. They do stallball you on something like blood pressure or diabetes or erectile dysfunction, something not important. They want all the data, all the evidence. And the problem with that, Mike, is like, so the part I'll agree with you wholeheartedly on is the cost to get a drug FDA approved is fucking virtually impossible. I mean, unless you're a large company like Pfizer, Merck, or Johnson & Johnson, you basically have an oligopoly on drugs. There's Wall Street for sure, but accessing Wall Street's not always readily easy. It's not like Vivek could do it, but like not every entrepreneur can easily raise the $1 billion it takes to get a drug FDA approved. And it's sad because that's not the FDA's fault, actually. They do require a lot of data. I kind of think they should require a lot of data. The problem is, to run a clinical trial, you need volunteers, not just the patients, but the physicians and the nurses. And it turns out that physicians and nurses respond to incentives, just as we all do.
Sure.
They are not going to do a clinical trial unless they get paid. And that's one of the biggest inconvenient truths, is that the average doctor, not just in America, but principally in America, I'd say, the average doctor loves getting paid, and the average doctor in America gets paid a fortune. And nobody's willing to say this, but I think that a lot of the blame lies there, because to do a clinical trial can cost over $100 million. And that's you have the medicine right there. And all a clinical trial is John, take this, Bill, take that, and let's write down, see what happens. It doesn't sound like it should be that fucking expensive, but it's a $50, $100, sometimes $200-300 million process, because the doctors have to sit there and watch and record it correctly. And the FDA wants it very particular evidence, which I think is actually good. You want good evidence. I don't believe in the libertarian trope of like all drugs should just be willy-nilly. That's where I think a lot of things should be willy-nilly, but like that's kind of one thing that I don't mind. I hate to use the R word on anything, so I get allergic to it, but like a little bit of regulation in pharma is not the worst thing.
But that's a lot of regulation. That's not a little bit. If something is being completely banned, that's not a little regulation.
You're right, and I think that I struggle with this because I know that maybe COVID vaccine aside, and that's like a whole separate discussion. And the one Alzheimer's drug they approved recently, in general, I'd say that the FDA does their job really, really well. And when they approve a drug, it is safe and effective. When they don't approve a drug, usually it's not safe and effective. It's just that the level of proof they want is, I think, appropriate. The generation of that proof requires so much money and so difficult.
Here's where I disagree. I and many other people would be perfectly happy if something was unsafe and effective. Like if I have a really bad disease, or even not a bad disease, I'm like, look, you're going to take this, it's going to cure you, but your hair is going to fall out. A lot of people will be like, fine, I don't care.
I think that one problem with that is, how do you generate the evidence that it would cure you, right? So the system we have now is you got to prove it first. And if we didn't have that system, we'd have a lot of people saying that something worked and not generating the proof. And I think people are smart enough to tell A from B, right? But I think that, and that's the problem I have with Democrats in general and regulation in general. It's like, look, let the people decide, right? Like there's no need to, like, one of the things that I'm thinking about is my new chatbot that's like a doctor chatbot. And there's like concern from the regulatory side that it's like, well, should we let people have access to this? And I'm like, it's a fucking chatbot. It's not going to jump out of the screen and bite you. Like, it's just a text, and it's like, well, it could be dangerous. And it's like, well, what do you think is going to happen? Like, and obviously like in a car, like for a self-driving car, if the car goes haywire, it can mow into 20 people and kill them. That's a little scary. But you're also not regulating the guy who can drink a thing of vodka and go mow into 20 people either. So
I was a Y2K consultant, and because I always wanted to be part of the zeitgeist. I remember my friend at the time was freaking out because she's like, "What if I heard that the nukes are gonna go off at midnight?" And I go, "If you're making a nuke, why would the default setting when something goes wrong be fire, right?" And the same thing with these self-driving cars. Like, why would it be like, all right, if we need a reboot or blue screen of death, just start plowing into people? Like, there would be so many, hopefully, and almost certainly fail safes that if things go bad, maybe it stops and the person gets killed in the driver's seat. But the idea that it's just going to start driving willy-nilly, I think that is kind of
just so you know who you're talking to, I don't believe there should be a Department of Energy, a Department of Education, the CIA, an FBI, Homeland Security. I think we could do without the ATF. I think we could do without all that stuff. But just let that FDA live, I think. And again, I have no vested interest in saying this. I just think that the U.S. is a better place with the FDA than without. But virtually all those other things, even the DOJ, Congress itself should be like once a month, or like 2 months a year. I'm dyed-in-the-wool libertarian, but that's one thing that I, kind of just feel like after having a lot of personal experience with, they're okay by my book. But I understand not a lot of people are going to necessarily agree with that who are admitted libertarians. But for me, that's just makes sense. And again, I think knowing the drug development process so well, I wish it were cheaper to be able to make a medicine. The problem lies in the physicians who want to do those clinical trials, or quite frankly, don't want to do those clinical trials unless they're paid a lot. And doctors are not always the super benevolent people we think they are. I think that's one of the real pernicious lies that exists. And again, I think we can automate some of this stuff with AI. And we are now seeing the government come against AI, which, I've helped form this fringe group in Silicon Valley that's now becoming more and more mainstream. That's about protecting our right to bear computer chips, which is not in the Constitution, but in a lot of ways is the arms of the 21st century.
Yes.
And these NVIDIA chips it's an American company. They're technically made by Taiwan, which is very scary because they someday may not be a Taiwan,
Right.
They may be a China, and they may not make these chips anymore. But they're these beautiful computer chips that are just at the cutting edge of technology, made by NVIDIA, California company, and they're necessary for artificial intelligence. And more, we just saw the White House come out and say that having the wrong training data for your chips may violate federal law. And I'm sitting here like, I'm going back to jail. This is crazy. This is the idea that these chips may have data that become embedded in them that amplifies biases, and that in and of itself may constitute a federal crime. I'm just sitting here like this is 1940 or this is 1984 all over again. This is such a insane thing to say. And we're this fringe group that I'm a part of called EAC, Effective Accelerationism. It's like an antidote to the Silicon Valley billionaire who feels guilty that they made so much money and they're calling it effective altruism. Our point is that you don't have to be embarrassed about being rich. In fact, you should be proud about it. And the most altruistic thing you do is advance technology. Technology is what's lifted the world out of poverty.
You're speaking to someone who upstairs in his house owns Ayn Rand's copy of The Fountainhead.
It's one of my favorite books.
But I'll show it to you if you're ever allowed to leave when you're ever allowed to leave New York. But
yeah, if ever.
Speaking to what your point, go ahead, finish, please.
No, I was just going to say the idea that the government may want to peer inside of our computer systems at home, and that if we make an elaborate enough system that we'd have to register it with the government. It's such a crazy thing because we have something so powerful. It's almost like the power of a nuclear bomb. And in fact, people in the safety community with that effective altruists have worried about AI safety. They've said this is like the power of a nuke. And if you can make a nuke at home, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? And maybe the people who said the right to bear arms didn't envision that possibility. These are just computer chips. They're not that dangerous. But there is this increasing fear that they'll end humanity if they start to get even better. OpenAI is very scary, like it's very smart. Even a little bit more progress, 6 months to 12 months, could that be something that becomes a Terminator style thing? Now we think that's preposterous, but the idea that has been bandied about such that you've got people in DC and elsewhere that are starting to say, maybe we shouldn't let these AI people do what they're doing. Maybe this needs to be regulated. Maybe, we need to do this. And of course, Elizabeth Warren's leading the charge on this, and she's very excited about, taking our freedom away. And
What the hell? That's what my ankle looks like every time I re-roll it. That's literally the ankle I had reconstructed. Same diagnosis, same. I've seen those notes so many times. It's hilarious. That's what I went. That's what they're trying to get me compensation for, is the right ankle swelling on the lateral aspect of the right ankle. Wow, weird.
I really hope that, our effort will stymie some of this, because again, the idea that there's certain kinds of computer code you're allowed to write, but there's certain kinds that, it's too dangerous for it to happen. And the government's done this before, right? They had PGP that they tried to restrict and call it a military munition that you couldn't transport because of military laws. And they finally broke that law and said, it was nonsense. But you can't put anything past this, like, leviathan of a government that wants to strangle and choke every freedom we have left unless we push back.
Oh yeah.
What I'm hearing is that I should shoot Lex Friedman.
They'd be like, "Wow, she's gotten so creative."
Absolutely intend to do so at the earliest availability.
So thorough.
Well, I like Lex.
I like him too, but he's got to go.
I mean, they've shown that that Chat GPT can actually pass the bar exam. So
made the case very clearly. He knows he's got to go. There's nothing human about him. Someone has to do it, and I'm afraid it's gonna have to be me.
I'm supposed to go on the show. I really like him because his podcast, before he called it Lex Friedman podcast, was called the AI podcast or something like that. So he was an AI guy. He's interviewed every important AI person. And the thing about Lex, to the extent it annoys anyone, is he's like too nice, right? Like he's like very like.
You don't know him off camera. He's a violent murderer. Yeah. Okay, Martin, in all seriousness, let me just take a second to talk about one of our sponsors who are doing really good things with money, and that's Patriot Gold. If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, have you seen what's going on? Silicon Valley Bank collapsed. Government's having to bail them out with our taxpayer money. Saudi Arabia is meeting with China to accept yuan for oil.
Just added a new
the end of the petrodollar. I don't
Facebook
know.
page.
Xi Jinping is meeting with Putin in Russia, and behind the scenes, while we aren't paying attention, MasterCard and other global banking giants have started a digital dollar pilot.
I had a Facebook account for my streaming account.
Fast track this development. What does that mean? That means that the Fed will be able to monitor every transaction and devalue purchasing power even more. You know where else they have digital money? China. China's digital currency helps the CCP punish or coerce citizens with their social credit system. And if a citizen commits even a minor infraction, they can be blacklisted from traveling, going to restaurants, renting a home, having insurance. You don't think that could happen here? According to Bloomberg, the world is in the midst of a macroeconomic reset, and the shining star is gold, which may be your best protection against all these mega threats. The Wall Street Journal has stated that gold prices may be headed for record highs this year. So call the proud Americans of the Patriot Gold Group today before it's too late. Mention my name, Michael Malice, and you'll always get best-in-class service from Patriots, protecting Patriots. Patriot Gold Group has the no fee for life IRA, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold or silver, and you may be eligible for the no fee for life IRA and qualifying rollovers. All you got to do is call 888-505-9845 to get a free investor guide, or go to malicegold.com. It's easy. Patriot Gold Group is Consumer Affairs' top-rated gold IRA dealer 6 years in a row. So call 888-505-9845 or go to malicegold.com to protect your assets and secure your future. Let's get back to the show. There's something I wanted to bring up, and it kind of ties into what you were talking about with your Kafkaesque perception of what's going on with this. And I'm so glad I get to do this. I'm sorry you're so personable. I was really hoping you'd be smarmier like I am. Years ago on Twitter, you do not remember this, you told me that I wasn't funny and that I should focus on doing something that I'm good at. Not long after that, you told a joke on Twitter that was so bad, you went to jail for it. So who's laughing now, Shkreli?
You got me on that one. I do remember that, and I do you know who Mike Ma is?
Yes.
So your name and his are, I think his name is a subset of your name,
Yeah.
right? So I in my head sometimes confused you and him. So like the problem at that time was, which obviously at this point is, you can't really confuse. And I got his book in prison. He wrote this like fever dream book that was like this schizophrenic rant. And
That
I forgot
applies
what it
to
was
my
called.
books too. To be fair.
This was out there, and I got it. Was like one of these books that's like probably illegal to have. Like for some reason, like there's a list of like 10 books in prison that you're not allowed to have no matter what. One is Behold the Pale Horse. I don't know if you know that one.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm guessing the Unabomber, or what's the one that he slept with Timothy McVeigh had under his bed? Turner Diaries.
Those kinds of books are basically like too dangerous to have in prison, and like this Mike Ma book, as I was reading, I was like, this feels like one of those books. Like I should hide this. And I for a second thought I was like, is that the same guy?
But can you tell that story? Because I mean, I know you can laugh about it now, maybe to some extent, but that is, I mean, we can laugh at in the sense of the absurdity, but in terms of just like if you look at it, the horror nature is you tweet out something that's very clearly a joke, and as a result of this, you go back to jail. I mean, is there any point of that whole story where you're like, how is this really happening, even after what had already been done to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's this guy, Yashar Ali.
Yeah, he's the one who just broke the Steven Crowder video, by the way.
Yes. So he is like, he was a New Yorker journalist, and he's like this very uppity, like at the time especially, it was like very uppity social justice warrior, for lack of a better term. And when he saw my tweet, he was like, how in the world?
Well, can you explain the tweet though? Just tell the people.
I said, so there was this meme back then. It was like 4chan meme of like lizard people, that like there's an Illuminati and they're lizard people and this and that. And I was having a lot of fun with this type of stuff on Facebook because I was banned from Twitter. And I already got banned for sexually harassing like Lauren Duca by just making fun of her. And I'm still bearing that cross on Twitter, still trying to get unbanned. Meanwhile, she's like advocated for the genocide of all white males. But I'm the one who's banned. So I'm on Facebook, the land of the free, apparently. And just tweeting all kinds of stuff. Like I made all these jokes about being kidnapped by Hillary Clinton, like just nonstop, like memeing. I went to Hillary Clinton's house when she passed out that one day and started harassing her from there, like just yelling stuff. And in fact, still in that video, you can hear me in the background screaming, "Drop out, you suck," like stuff like that. So like if you literally go right now, like Google like Hillary Clinton like emerges from Chelsea Clinton's apartment in New York after passing out, like you'll hear my stupid ass kind of just like haranguing her. I have a right to protest. But anyway, I kept going with it. And I wrote this thing that was like, oh, maybe Hillary is a lizard person. And I kept going with it. And I said, well, if I had her DNA, I'd be able to tell if she was a lizard person. Again, pretty bad joke. And I even said, you know what? Being the rich guy that I am, I'll put down $5,000 for a piece of her hair. So that
that is rich. $5,000? Damn, Shkreli.
So I can get the DNA, and then I'll test the DNA myself, and I'll tell you if she's lizard or not.
Yeah.
And it was a joke. It comes back from like this old thing. A lot of people think, okay, that's creepy or that's weird. But I remember like someone collects like at auction, there's like a lock of Beethoven's hair or like Einstein's hair.
I have Alexander Hamilton's hair right up. If you ever come over here, I'll show it to you. I'm not kidding.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm dead serious. I have Hamilton, William Lloyd Garrison, Andy Kaufman, and David Bowie over my head.
My heroes.
Yeah.
So there's sort of that like old trope, and ironically, years later, the Secretary or the State Department advocated for the government, whether it's CIA or State Department or whatever, same shit, to basically, if you look this up, it's really eerie that, and I think Hillary Clinton's name is on it somewhere. They advocated to collect the hair of foreign dignitaries because it could contain DNA that they could use to possibly, compromise them. And I think it's like really ironic that is an official policy of the U.S. government. So my judge, who's very, very wise.
No, but hold on. So you tweet this out. How does it get to the point where you're in front of a judge?
Well, I tweet this out, and Yashar Ali says, "How is this not a threat of physical violence?" I'm just sitting there. It's a fucking joke, asshole. Like, you know, I'm not. I don't think she's a lizard person. Like, I'm not going to pay anybody.
And it's hair, not her lungs.
Yeah. And I said that she's going on a book tour, and maybe she'll leave a hair behind, because we all will leave a hair behind. I look at my desk and I see loose hairs here and there. We have fucking, enough hair on her head falls out. And maybe she'll leave one behind on her book tour. So Laura Loomer, of course, goes to the book tour and almost gets arrested herself, yelling at Hillary. Secret Service grabs her, and they ask her, they're like, "Are you affiliated with Martin Shkreli?" She's laughing her ass off, like, "No, I'm not here to get any hair."
Okay.
But so Yashar Ali, I think, was really the amplifier of this, because then, like, my prosecutors are like, let's ask that he be remanded. And I go to my lawyer, who's like a famous criminal defense lawyer, who's done like every one of these cases, and I'm like, "There's no fucking way I'm going to jail over this, is there?" And he's like, "No, come on, Martin. The judge isn't that, no judge is that vindictive." And of course, 3 hours later.
But how'd you get the notification? You get a phone call? They come to your house?
There's a motion, and we had to show up on like a Wednesday. It was Monday, and like we had to show up on a Wednesday, and that was my last Wednesday, at home. And I didn't
How
even
long
get a
did you
chance
go
to, like,
for?
what's that?
How long did you end up going for?
5 years.
Wait, after that, it was another 5 years?
No, that I didn't get charged. That's not a crime, right? So the only thing that happened was my bail was revoked.
Okay.
Because I was a threat or danger to the community because of that tweet. And it's like, no, my status hasn't changed. Like, I'm still, just a person. Like, I'm not committing violence. I'm not advocating anyone to commit violence. She's one of the most protected people in the world. Like, and the judge said, "Listen, you don't know that one of your followers isn't crazy enough to take what you're saying, not, at face value, and go do it. And think about it and say, oh, 5,000 for every hair on her head. Maybe that's like,
This is awesome.
some kind of crazy, threat."
Do you know what the concern was? It was that Elizabeth Warren would scalp her and get $1 million. That was
and I'm
the
sitting there
concern.
like, gosh, I really should have worded this differently or whatever. But it's like, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Like, that, does that count? I apologize to Secretary Clinton. I would never call her Secretary Clinton, by the way. The judge always would. I'd be like, "Miss Clinton."
Yeah.
And apparently it's like the most disrespectful thing to not call her Secretary Clinton.
Women love being called secretary. It's their highest achievement in life. But listen, at least you never have to call her President Clinton. But wait, didn't you go back to jail as a consequence of this?
Yeah, so I had not yet been in jail.
Okay.
I had my bail revoked.
Oh, holy crap. I didn't put two and two together. I thought you'd been there, then you got out, and this sent you back. This is what got you sent in the
This is
first
what got me
place?
sent, and it was a big problem because my sentencing was coming up.
Holy
and like,
crap.
It colored the sentencing of like,
Yes.
all right, this guy's a fucking dick. Like, I had to take his bail out. He made a threat against, because the Secret Service called or something, and they were like, "We had to double our security detail for Secretary Clinton due to this threat of violence." And it's like, that's not a good look, obviously, when you're about to get sentenced to a crime. And a lot of these judges don't know the difference between 20 years, 10 years, 5 years. They're just like, "All right, scumbag, you're done."
Yeah, yeah.
And look at Ross Ulbricht, right? He got life for drug dealing, and he didn't. A lot of people think he got convicted for
double murder, which wasn't even brought up in the case. I brought him up to Vivek, and Vivek had never heard of him, which I was very disappointed by.
That's disappointing.
Yes.
I'm more disappointed in Trump. Trump.
Yeah, you don't gotta tell me. Yes.
Trump said that this newest situation where the memester got convicted of doing that
Douglas
electioneering,
Mackey, yeah, Ricky Vaughn, yes.
and he said that would be my first pardon. I'm sitting there saying, "Oh, hold on. What about Ross Ulbricht, Julian Assange,
Kwame Kilpatrick,
myself,
Rod McGowan?" Yeah, it's just amazing.
I was
who's
sitting there
president.
in jail, like, "Please,
Yeah.
Mr. Trump, please pardon me." Sending
This
to all the
message
right
true,
people,
that-
and it was just
that
like, "No,
poem.
I'm too upset. I'm not getting reelected." And it's like, it always has to be about you.
Yes.
The feedback I got was like, "White House is empty. Trump's checked out. There's no way to get to him. He's too sad about not getting reelected." And I'm just like,
Should have called him Secretary Trump. See, that would have worked.
You know, and now you're ready to pardon this guy, but you pardon Lil Wayne and Kodak Black. By the way, I love Lil Wayne and Kodak Black, but like, there's a lot of us who are like serious political prisoners, dude.
Let me ask this though, in all seriousness. The only idea most of us, and I'm sure you as well, have of what life in jail is like is from movies and TV shows, and we think it's Oz. Were you, as briefly as you can, were you in fear of your life? Is this the kind of thing where, I'm sure it's obviously traumatic. I'm not making light of it at all, but can you explain in like regular people terms what that experience is like?
I would say unless you get more than 10 years, you have absolutely nothing to fear or worry about. Yeah.
Okay.
So like, jail is, in fact, it's gotten so bad as to what it is, which is it's a warehousing of largely minorities. And if you're not a minority,
yeah, that's the point of it, so people understand what indoctrination is.
For example, 2/3 of federal prison is minority. That's Hispanic and Black people who almost 100% have committed a drug or gun crime, or usually both. And again, this is numbers you can look up. This is not controversial. It just is what it is. I saw it with my own eyes as well. I looked up the stats. All checks out. 1/3 of prisoners are white. Almost every white prisoner is a sexual offender, which is very bizarre. And when I say almost every, maybe let's call it half to 75%. At the lower levels, it's almost all. So like, there's a safe assumption that you're a pedophile when you go into prison.
There's a lot. You have to show your paperwork.
The other group of prisoners that are white are, there's of course drug traffickers. There's like miscellany of like fraud, and there's sort of like, even oddly, there are a number of political prisoners, quite a lot. There's hackers, there's stuff like that, and it's kind of a hodgepodge. So unfortunately, what's kind of happened is there's state government, right, that's supposed to deal with crime. And federal government's supposed to deal with crime that the state government just doesn't have the resources for. It's too complex for, something like that. What's ended up happening is these things are so both overfunded that they've sort of overlapped over each other, where a small-time drug dealer will get picked up on federal charges. And these are not El Chapos, by the way.
Right.
These are guys who are poor as shit. They are dealing a small amount of drugs on a street corner somewhere in Baltimore.
Often very uneducated. They're not. It's not like they're going to have some. They're not going to be farmer bros. No disrespect to you, but you know what I mean. They don't have a big future yet. So there's huge incentive for them to sell drugs. Yes.
I taught some of these guys how to read, how to count.
Yeah.
Some of them I taught fractions. Some of them I taught more advanced stuff. Some of them are very smart.
Yes.
But by and large, most of them were left high school early to become a drug dealer, to provide for their family. A lot of them are kind of this alpha male persona where they didn't want to, work at McDonald's. They wanted a life that they dreamed of, and they had no choice to get that.
And they're not long-term thinkers often.
No, not usually. And they're almost always come from troubled homes. Almost always. In fact, I met one well-adjusted kid in there, my friend Mike, who grew up with two loving parents who are very lawn and backyard and that whole thing. I grew up in kind of a crazy household myself.
Yeah, the ChatGPT doesn't have much of a sense of humor. I'm gonna have to kill this. So we're at over an hour into this. So I'll drop the link again if you guys want to watch the rest of this. I got to get rolling. Let me show back up again to later on. I've got one more notification left today, so. Oh, wait, hikes the wifey. Yeah, I sent her. I don't know if she's here or not. Yeah. Let's see her jump in. Yeah, so travels you too. And the song, Flack Out.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I
got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn
come out of my eyes.
one to fuck with, now they looking nervously. And I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better. See, I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it